next person to you and just smile to her and say, "Hello, amazing woman."
Hello,
Hello,
amazing
amazing
woman.
woman. All right, so it's nice
Beautiful.
to, yeah.
Hello, amazing women.
All
So,
right, so we'll be moving on to the next course of the day. So, as we are in Premium Trust Bank, it goes without saying, it's part of us, it's our culture to always start every event with God. So,
exactly.
we'll be calling.
So we'll be calling on Madam Aminat Iyashele to please give us an opening prayer.
Let's
Let's give
give
her
her a
a round of
premium
applause,
applause,
please.
please. Premium applause, everything
Premium
premium.
applause. Yay, Madam Aminat.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. I'm being caught unawares with this, but no shakes. I'll pray. No problem. All right, please let us pray. Happy International Women's Day, by the way. Okay, so in Jesus' name, Eternal Rock of Ages, we thank you for this wonderful day. We thank you for the gift of life. We thank you for the women gathered in this room today. We thank you because you created us in your own image. We thank you because you've given us all that we need to deliver on all that you've assigned to us. We thank you for a day like this. We thank you because for everything from start to finish, we're committing it onto your hands. We ask that as we commence this event, that you go ahead of us in the mighty name of Jesus. All the women, all the ladies coming, we ask that you guide their steps in the mighty name of Jesus. We ask that at the end of the day, Lord, the purpose for which we have gathered here today will be fulfilled in the mighty name of Jesus. We commit Premium Trust onto your hands in the mighty name of Jesus. We thank you for this place. This is our Jerusalem. We pray that, Lord, you continue to uplift us in the mighty name of Jesus. We pray that all that we embark on as women in this bank, Lord, it will be to your glory in the mighty name of Jesus. We thank you for the management of this bank. We thank you for the MD CEO. We ask that, Lord, you'll be a point of contact to his wife. And we ask that, Lord, you continue to bless her. You continue to grant her all that her heart desires in the mighty name of Jesus. We commit all the escorts onto your hands. We ask that, Lord, you be with them. You grant them the wisdom, the understanding to lead us aright in the mighty name of Jesus. At the end of the day, Lord, we return all the glory to you. In the mighty name of Jesus, we are prayed. Thank you, Lord, for answered prayers.
Thank you very much, Madam Aminat, for that wonderful prayer. A round of applause for her, please. All right, thank you very much. So the theme for today's event is Accelerate Action. So I'd like to ask you all a question. Like, when you think of the phrase Accelerate Action, what word comes to your mind? I'll go first. When I think of Accelerate Action, the word that first comes to my mind is courage. So
Can anyone in the audience,
audience, please.
accelerate action? What does that mean
what
to
does
you?
that mean to you?
Speed of excellence.
Someone else, please. One more person. We'll move on. One more person.
All right, I'll be that one person. So accelerate action for me means bravery, courage. Everything that I need to do, I have to accelerate in the process. So being accelerating in nature makes me brave. That's what I feel accelerate action means to me.
Fantastic.
So with that being said, the next few minutes is going to be anchored by a woman of great charisma, my role model,
My
mentor,
mentor. My
same here.
mentor.
Yeah, so I call her the doctor of people management, Mrs. Olanike Martins. A premium applause, please.
Thank you, amazing ladies, and thank you, ladies and beautiful women of Premium Trust Bank. Seeing you guys always make my heart goes gigi. You know, we have amazingly strong women in midst today, and I'm not taking it for granted. You coming out on this very Saturday that you could be at home cooking, taking care of the children, taking care of the husband. What a life we have. I think we need to give a round of applause to ourselves. I think every day, if we celebrate ourselves, I don't think it's too much for what we do. We are so special. And today is just dedicated to celebrate you, the premium woman. And I want you to make sure you have the very best of it. Enjoy every bit of today. Because today is specially designed for you. We're taking out the time, the Dex Management gave us money to just host you. You are premium women today. And so you should know how special and highly rated you are. And I want you to know that as we celebrate today, you should see to yourself and say that I am special. Just say to yourself, I'm special.
I am special.
I'm worthy. I'm a
worthy.
premium woman.
I'm a premium.
And it's an absolute honor for me to stand here to speak to you today and welcome you all to this occasion. And I want you to know that the theme of the year, International Women's Day, Accelerate Action. A call to all of us to step up and push harder, to step up and push faster, a more effective lead towards a world where gender equity is not just an aspiration but a reality. In our world, in our place of work, in our team, how special do you let the other woman feel? You don't really know sometimes what we go through. I mean, I was just talking to the guest of honor, and she told me that they said for every woman now that will come to the House of Senate that they need to do a mental check or something. And that is just to tell the world where we are in. Are you that woman that you give the other woman a platform, a shoulder to stand on? Are you that other woman that opens the door for the other woman to shine and be seen? It's time for us to accelerate action and be the mentor that we should be. Be the leader that we should be. As we gather today, let us remember that the real change comes not from our words, but from our actions. And we must accelerate progress in every aspect of our lives, our workplace, the environment, our homes, our daughters, our son, and ensure that there is opportunity for every woman and even men, women as leaders. Create that platform. Because you know what? This is the world that no woman must be left behind. And here at Premium Trust Bank, we want to ensure that every woman is given that opportunity, that platform to shine, to be the best of yourself. And you know, I always say something that this is the only bank that we have just two directors, and one is a woman. And that gives us the 50-50 chance. I'm not sure there's any other bank in Nigeria that has the opportunity. And just to tell you that the world of opportunity that lies before us, let's take it. Let's take it. And let us also know that as we reflect on how far that we have gone, let us energize ourselves to go further and celebrate the organization and the leadership that has given us this platform. And I welcome you all today, not just to reflect as a gender, but as a human. To be that woman that is a driver, is an encourager, is a light, not just to another woman, but every world around us. And not just us advocating for policies, but also being that light for the new genders, for the new generation, to stand up against discrimination, to make the difference where it counts. And together, we can accelerate the change that we hope. Thank you, and welcome everyone.
Thank you very much. That was a very beautiful welcome speech. So it goes to say, we can't start a car without having a driver to start the ignition button. So this event today, we have a lot of powerful speakers in the building who are going to be talking to us about different things. So we would be introducing each person now. So I would take the first one. My leader who just stepped off here, so I'll just give you a brief info or inspo into Olanike Martins before my co-host Aisha will talk about the next speaker. So quickly, I will just run you through who Olanike Martins is. Olanike Martins is a seasoned human capital development professional with over 20 years of experience in the banking industry. A round of applause, premium please, premium applause. It's not easy, go easy. So, our expertise include talent management, business partnering, HR strategy, change management, and customer service. That's just in one person, all that skills in just one person. So Olanike Martins has made her impact across the banking sector. She has been in FCMB. She transitioned in FCMB. And after that, she also went to Sterling Bank, where under her leadership, the bank won the Great Place to Work Award for large corporations in 2020. Please, guys, I beg. It's not easy. Please. Give her the accolades she deserves. So she is the inaugural Chief People Officer at Premium Trust Bank, and she has led and established HR structure and processes that has led the bank to win another Great Place to Work Award, Platinum category, in its second year, guys. In its second year. So it goes to show that this woman, yeah, excellence, as she's walking, the excellence is just holding her jean. Like, follow me. I'm following you. She's not following excellence. Excellence is
chasing
following
her.
her. So I would stop there for now and hand over to Aisha to introduce the next speaker.
Okay, thank you very much, Busayo. So our next speaker is none other than Mrs. Abidemi Asumo.
Premium
So
applause, guys.
I'm going to give a brief summary because this is a lot. Like, I don't think we have the time to read all this out. So Abidemi stands out as a transformative leader and in the payment industry juggernaut, which with a proven track record of groundbreaking achievements in the payment ecosystem. She has consistently delivered strategic and operational excellence, shaping both the digital payments direction of different financial institutions where she has worked. Premium Trust Bank, where she currently works, and the broader financial sector. Her remarkable contribution and visionary approach has led to remarkable feats and significant industry milestones. Abidemi has over 25 years financial service experience, which costs across several 25 years. I don't know, I feel like that's as long as I've been alive. That's like,
it's not premium. Can we give her a premium applause,
premium applause, please? 25 years, it's not easy. How old am I? So, retail banking, supply chain finance, international money transfer, remittance business, branch management, branch operations. Wow. She started her banking career with United Bank of Africa in 1999.
I was one, by the way. I was 1 year.
She has spent the last 18 years of her career in digital and electronic banking, with exposure to virtually all the business segments of the Nigerian economy by providing digital solutions. Now, that's a woman in tech.
The Texas.
He's the ultimate Texas. So, Bidemi has also mentored several young professionals, especially women, to climb the professional ladder and become forces to reckon with in their respective fields. She has been an EXCO member of the Committee of E-Business Industry Heads, ICBIH, in Nigeria from 2015 to date, acting in various capacities as General Secretary, Policy Review Secretary, Secretary of Fintechs, and other financial institutions. Come on now. She is currently the Vice Chairman of CEBH and the Vice Chancellor of CEBIH Academy. She has represented the committee, various segments with CBN and other key stakeholders. She is also the Vice Chairman. So, ladies and gentlemen, I give to you Madam Bidemi Asumo.
All right, so this is just to say a shout out to our premium colleagues, our premium women on the online platform streaming us on YouTube. Hi guys, happy International Women's Day. We see you, we are here. Ado Ekiti, Uyo, RCCG. We can see you guys and we hope that you are with us. So the next leader I would be introducing, although she was around but I can't see her on seat, is our Executive Director, Olubukola Awosoya. So if I can just quickly say, Idibuki, like we fondly call her, she is a person of impact. I don't think you can see her once and forget that you met this woman. She's very disciplined. She's very strict to process and, no nonsense. That's what I call her. And she laughs every time I say, "Mommy, no nonsense." She just laughs. So I'll just quickly introduce who Idibuki is to everyone who just has like a surface understanding of who she is. So she's a graduate of agriculture from the prestigious University of Ibadan. UI guys, anybody here from UI? No UI.
No UI.
Now private students. I'm not private university now for you, like me. Any government or federal university representative here? Great Ife, UI, Unica, Babia, they say, Port Harcourt State. Okay, we see you guys. And private university people, where are we? Me say, private. We are here together. So,
secondary school. Yeah.
So she holds an MBA from the Business School, Netherlands Agri Management Program from Lagos Business School. She has over 30 years working experience in the banking sector. She has worked with Abacus Merchant Bank, Magnum Trust Bank, Sterling Bank, and then Premium Trust Bank, where she has successfully pioneered so many initiatives. Please, a round of applause for her. So it is to her credit that she pioneered the agriculture finance department in Sterling Bank. Part of her achievements include growing the agricultural portfolio from less than 90 million. This beautiful woman raised it to 66 billion naira, guys. When it's time to find the money in the soil, Idibuki is the best person for that. So in her position as the general manager, division head, and agric and solid mineral finance of Sterling Bank, she was responsible for managing agriculture and solid mineral portfolio of the bank by ensuring the bank lends profitably to the sector by providing innovative solutions across the value chains. Her role is not limited to formulating strategies alone. She also has business development initiatives. She developed products across the sector. So she's here with us in Premium Trust Bank to also do the same great deed that she has been doing so far, replicating them here, and we have been seeing results. So that's Edie Bookie for everyone. Thank you so much. A round of applause for her. Aisha, over to you.
All right, so introducing our guest speaker for today, Ms. Tomi Balogun. So Ms. Tomi is the founder and CEO of 12, a private investment and advisory company. Under her astute leadership, 12 has successfully mobilized $27 million in venture debt for SMEs across multiple sectors and led 2 investment syndicates to invest in 2 top African-focused VC funds. These VC funds have collectively invested in 87 startups in Africa and are collectively valued at $3.5 billion. Please, let's put our hands together for her. Celebrated as Gabi Africa's 2025 Top 100 Career Women in Africa and one of 100 most inspiring women in Africa by Leading Ladies Africa, and shortlisted as a finalist in the Gender Streaming Award for Female Role Models by Accenture. Tomi Balogun is recognized as an innovative expert in private fund syndication across asset classes. She is a Textile Global mentor and serves as a non-executive director at the Midlothian Angel Network, that's Midlo Angels for short, based in Texas, USA. She is also an Amazon best-selling author of book. Come on, like you guys are not clapping. These are the women that we are celebrating today. Like, come on. Investment Clubs, How to Create Wealth Beyond Your Paycheck. Tomi holds a bachelor degree in economics, a master's of business administration, that is MBA degree, and is an alumnus of the Harvard FinTech program.
All right, one thing to notice about Tomi is that I can see the audience. We are young, everybody here, young ladies in their 20s, even our senior leaders here, 25, I'm seeing 16, 20. Did you just do your 20th birthday? Just did it, Avi? 18, no, my bad,
Wow,
my bad,
sorry,
my
apologies
bad.
for mistake,
So
apologies.
Tomi is, as she said, she's a certified financial educator, and for most of us that want to increase our wealth, I believe that some of the things that Tomi will be saying here today is going to be of use for everybody. So I would advise that you buckle up. If you have your notes, you can jot. We are digital now. You can use your phone as well to just take notes so that your wealth can continue to multiply. So side hustle, so you won't have time for all these side hustle. I'm selling Wigo because you are busy duplicating your wealth. So I would bring on to the stage Tomi. Please welcome. We're waiting for a rounding applause for her.
Please.
Premium plus. Let her know how to clap in premium. Let's give her a premium introduction.
Yeah.
Shawty fucking puppy, the president of
Wow. Good morning, everybody. Okay, I'm going to need more energy from all of you in the room. For those of you that made it here, right? I'm sure it was not easy for you to leave your house on a Saturday morning, was it? I know. I mean, if you work Monday to Friday, right? So good morning, everybody. Now, that's a lot better. Thank you for coming out for this IWD event. Now, we all know that the theme for this year is accelerating action, right? Am I correct? And I'm sure with everything going on in the economy, local economy, in the world right now, you're asking yourself questions. What exactly does it mean to accelerate action? Now, of course, my expertise is in the area of personal finance investments. I'm going to speak into that effect. And you might wonder that in today's world, right, what does it really mean? What does money mean? What does wealth creation really mean? And honestly, when I started this conversation, when I started actively speaking about personal finance and wealth, I can tell you that the conversation has evolved in so many ways. I mean, the way we saw money and wealth, say maybe just pre-COVID, is very different from the way we are speaking about money and wealth today. And I'm going to be breaking it down with 4 pillars. How many pillars? I'm going to need you to engage with me because there'll be Q&A and everything, and you ask a lot of very questions. And I'm going to make it very practical and engaging as possible, right? I'm not here to tell you anything that, I'm not going to tell you. I'm going to tell you stories to back up a lot of things I'm going to be sharing with you, right? So, like I said, how many pillars? Now, the very first pillar, right, is what I would theme mindset. Now, you might wonder, what does your mindset have to do with money? Everything. Every single thing. Because, when the Bible says, as a man thinks, so he is. That's exactly what it has to do with money. Because if you actually don't realize it, a lot of us are more poverty conscious than wealth conscious. Now, you might say, what is the difference? Now, there's poverty consciousness and there's wealth consciousness. Now, the way you think, right, your mindset is a sort of consciousness. Consciousness is a sort of awareness. What are you aware of? Now, if all you do is watch the news every day and you hear everything about what is wrong with Nigeria, right? Everybody's calling you, we're stressed out, you're this, and you just, anytime you're thinking about, your plans and your goals, all you're thinking about is you're worried, you're stressed out. The truth is you have a higher poverty consciousness. Now, what is wealth consciousness? Wealth consciousness is your ability to understand that whatever happens to you is in your own hands and is in your own power. The environment does not determine what happens to you. The economy does not determine what happens to you. And when I say this, a lot of people say, really? And I'll give you some real stories. Now, during COVID, right, globally, of course, that was a time when everybody was, locked down in their houses. A lot of things were not working. Global markets were down. People were just wondering, how are we going to move forward? But guess what? What if I told you that the year 2020 produced the most millionaires that the world had seen prior to, like a decade before? In the year 2020, a lot more millionaires were created than ever before. Why? Because they had a different mindset. So while the world saw all of the problems, and yes, there was illness, people were ill and everything, they saw opportunities. And I'll give you a practical example. So for instance, in March in 2020, global stock markets were down. Everything was down. There was a lockdown. And I remember calling one of my mentors. I'm like, okay, so what are we doing now? What are we doing this year? Should we all just, stay safe? He was like, no, this is the time to invest. I was like, how do you mean? He said, but told me, we always say these things. When everybody else is fearful, that is when you take the step forward. And he says, look at the stock market. I was like, yeah, the stock market is red. All the stock prices are down. He said, that is the right time to buy good companies. And I was like, that's true. I mean, this is something that we read, and we're always thinking, but you never realize that when something like that is happening, that is actually where there are opportunities. And he says, the great companies are selling at a discount. This is the time to buy them. And I kid you not, I checked it, and I saw some of the banks that they were selling at the same prices that they IPO'd like a decade ago in 2020, And he says, okay, let's do some analysis. And we said, okay, let's organize a stock market masterclass. We did one, we did that. And by the end of that year, by October, in fact, some of the stocks I'd bought had done over 120% in some of those stocks. Now, that was paying attention to the opportunities that will come, right? So what is the mindset? What is the wealth mindset? The wealth mindset is always knowing that there's an opportunity. So always knowing that there are two sides of a coin. Where you see the biggest problems, a lot of times there are opportunities. And it's training your mind to focus on the opportunities. Now you might wonder and say, oh, I'm a career person, I work in 9 to 5, I'm working, I know, and everything. But there's so many things you need to start thinking about, right? You determine your ability to earn, because at the end of the day, your ability to invest or do anything is based on your ability to earn. If you're not earning enough, you cannot save and you cannot invest. So what is your goal? What is your plan to grow your ability to earn? Because you can't just sit down and sit back and say that, the salary is not enough. What am I going to do? Side business and everything. Have you thought about the fact that maybe your skills are not in demand anymore? Have you thought about the fact that you are earning what you're earning because that's what your skill level demands, right? So if you're going to improve your ability to earn, some of us will have to change our mindset and in terms of the skills we bring to the table. Are your skills still relevant today? Are your skills the kind of skills that demand higher income in the marketplace? Because let's be real, there are some skills that anybody will pay high income salaries for. Tech, data, AI, and not just that, HR, finance. The most important thing is what problem are you able to solve, right? So in terms of how you think, and I'm trying to frame your mindset here, it's all in your hands. But the question is, what are you conscious of? If every day you sit down and talk about everything that's wrong in Nigeria, then I'm here to tell you that you're probably more poverty conscious than wealth conscious. Because in this same Nigeria, we have created the richest black man in the world. Yes. You might say that you had undue access, but hey, what are you doing with your own access? Let's not sit back and just look at other people and think that, no, what are you doing with your own life and with your own skills, right? So when we look at mindset, for me, there are always two key things I always tell people. You need to have a resilient mindset and a growth mindset, right? The resilient mindset is the mindset that says that with every challenge, with everything, I will find a way to thrive. I would focus on the opportunities because with everything there are opportunities, right? So it's understanding that the economy or the environment does not determine what happens to you. You do. You do. And I'm not saying that it doesn't have a factor. I'm saying that you make it work for you, right? You make it work for you. Yes, there's inflation. What are you doing to ensure that in terms of your spending, you can bulk buy, you can do things together? You always have to find out how you can make it work for you. It's affecting everybody. There's no doubt that we're all spending more on things that we probably didn't spend as much on 2-3 years ago, right? So as much as you're trying to track your spending, the reality is you have to continue to increase your ability to earn. You can't keep complaining that the office has not increased my salary. It's in your hands to grow your ability to earn. If you bring higher skills to the table, you go into a higher role, you get some sort of certification, they will pay you more, right? And then, of course, you have to have a growth mindset. Yeah? The growth mindset is you can't afford to be stagnant. If it's the same skill you had last year, you still have this year, then you're probably stagnant. Because I'm not sure you're aware, but AI is changing everything. Even I have like 4 courses that I'm doing this year. I've already started on 1 or 2 already to get some new certifications. You have to keep growing, right? We're seeing the changes in the world right now change faster than it changed in the last 2 decades. Right? Some people are still talking about generative AI, are still talking about ChatGPT. People have moved into agentic AI. People are talking about how people are going to be employing agents now to do work, right? You can actually, I was listening to Bill Gates and he was talking about how there'll be more AI agents than human beings employed in the world in the next few years. What does that mean? There'll be over 300 million AI agents employed to do work. So basically, if I wanted to give you a practical example, so now, if you're someone that creates something, posts, and you post on social media right now, you can actually create an AI agent, right? You take all the pictures. The AI agent goes into your photo gallery, picks the pictures, right? Decides the one to post, right? When it posts it, looks at the data and analyzes it, which one is doing the best, picks that one and decides the one to put an ad on. And then when it puts the ad on it will decide the one that is best performing or not, and then send you all the results. As somebody working while you're sleeping. So if you think about things like that, you start asking yourself, is my role going to be relevant in the next few years? And you can check out the Future of Economic Jobs report online. There are some roles that are just going to go extinct. It's just real. Right? And you might say that, oh, Nigeria, it might take a while for us to catch up. Yeah, but even when it catches up, what's going to happen to you? And then right now, are you even earning enough? I guess that's the question. Are you earning enough? Right? So there are 4 key ways I always share in how to earn better, right? First thing, of course, your skills. Don't ever think that, you don't have something to bring to the table. I mean, the fact that you're working in this institution means that you have some sort of skill. Now, check out how you can grow that skill. What kind of certification do I need to get? What are the skills in demand? One of my friends, she's a lawyer, right? She studied law in Nigeria and she moved to the UK. And when she goes to the UK, she was like, Tommy, I cannot do law in the UK. I was like, why? She's like, because you won't earn enough. I won't earn enough to live the kind of life that I need to live. And she said, okay, I'm checking out the skills that are in demand. What are the skills that pay well? Guess what? She went to do cybersecurity courses. And she found out that it was complementary to law. You know, so whatever your current skill will still be relevant, right? Don't think that it's something you just leave. But she found out that cybersecurity, all of the privacy laws and everything, was very complementary to her law background. And today she's earning in 6 figures in the UK because she's a cybersecurity expert who is also a legal professional. Now that's a combination that is not very common, right? So she didn't just sit down and say, oh, you know, let me just go and look for anything to do. She was like, what skills are in demand, right? And then, of course, your knowledge. What do you know? Now, I'm someone that has used my knowledge to create additional streams of income, right? Worked 9 to 5, and what I did was I just started to blog about my personal finance knowledge, and it was something that I was also trying to figure out. You know, when I figured out the stock market, I would share on my blog, and people started to ask questions, and I built a community. Today, that community has done over $27 million. If you asked me then what I was doing, I was just, you know, taking it one step at a time. But I knew that people wanted to pay for that knowledge. And I remember the first time I said, you know what, let me see if anybody's willing to pay for this. And I put out, you know, an email, because I had email subscribers. And I sent out an email, and I said, you know what, who's ready to join my community? This is the cost. And I made $1 million in a day. And I said, wow, this is how people make money. This was in 2017. And I thought, wow. I know when you experience things like that, it just changes how you think about money. You realize that is your ability to bring value, and people will pay for it. Now, I have clients that I work with right now. I have a particular client that works 9 to 5 in a top organization. But guess what? On the side, she does a fashion retail business. Last year, that fashion retail business earned $120 million. Yes. And she's working 9 to 5. So sometimes I say, what's your excuse? Everybody's creating additional streams of income. You can't just be saying, I'm working 9 to 5. Yes, it's stressful, it's tired, but there's something you have and you know. She naturally loves fashion. And anytime, you know, she'll just take some Ankara Adire fabrics, take it to her tailor, make them, and everybody's always asking, where did you get this, where did you get that? She just started to do it, and people were buying. You know, when she reached out to me 3 years ago, she had done 20 million. You know, she was like, but you know what, I think that is, you know, a lot of potential here. And I started to work with her to get more disciplined, sales analysis, and last year she did over 100. In fact, she called me and she was crying. Because why? She's a single mom. And, you know, when her husband died, she just always wondered how she was going to, you know, cope. But she didn't sit back and say, you know, let's manage. She said, I'm going to do this and I'm going to go far beyond. And guess what? Which is bringing me to my second pillar. You need to have goals that you can connect with. Her very first goal was told me, I want to set up a child trust fund for my daughter. Right? And last year, she set that up with $50,000. Now talk about a single mom, because she set a goal. Now what was the first pillar? The second pillar, goals. You need to have goals. And it's something that, you know, it's very subtle. And even for me, I always have to remind myself, Tommy, what's your goal here? Because you just find out that at the beginning of the year, everybody's talking about, oh, what's your New Year's resolution? What's your goals? What's your goals? What's your goals? By February, March, you're just back to the regular drive. But you also find that a lot of people don't set financial goals, right? People do ajo. You say, January, let's do ajo. Why? Because you want to have some cash. But trust me, first of all, I'm here to tell you that please don't waste your time doing ajo. Not only is it, you're losing value on your money, because we all know the inflation rate in Nigeria, right? And you should probably be checking out the app. Premium Trust Bank just launched, Blaze app. If you are in this institution and you're not taking it out, then I don't know what the rest of us on the outside, I'm sure they'll speak more about it. But just speaking about goals, you know, it's so, when one of my clients reached out to me and she said, you know what, let's work together. I said, you know what, I'm a very goal-based person. If I'm going to work with you, it's goal-based. And I said, we're setting a goal to build you a portfolio, an investment portfolio. And she was like, tell me what's the goal? I was like, the goal is 100 million. She was like, how? Do you want me to go and carry guns? I said, no, just set that goal. It's not about the how. Just set the goal. And she was like, it's not possible. I said, let's just set the goal. The most important thing is that we have a goal, right? And what's even amazing was by the time we even did an analysis of our current assets, she was already at 22%. So first of all, she didn't even know what she had. So she was like, can you imagine? It's just, I'm already at 22% too. So you mean we just need to work towards the remaining 78%? And initially it was like, this doesn't, how is this possible? You know, and she was like, okay, that's the goal. Now, what I want you to understand is, in the first year, she did not hit that goal. But we did not change the goal, because a lot of times that's what happens. You set a goal, you work towards it in the first year, you do not achieve it, and you think that, no, we just changed the plan. So you don't change the goal, you change the plan. So after the first year, it was like, you know what, we have to build additional streams of income. What are we doing? Right? What are the other certifications or things you need to do? How are you going to move into a higher level to earn more? And by the second year, not only did she hit it, she smashed it. So you can't set a goal and just be looking at it and say, I've tried, but this goal is not possible. That's not how it works. First of all, it starts with you having clear financial goals. Set a financial goal. What do I even want to be earning monthly? Right? And then what kind of skills are required to earn this kind of income? Do I need to build additional streams of income? What am I going to do? Am I going to use my knowledge in the marketplace? Am I going to start a side business? What am I going to do with what is in my hands? It's literally what is in your hands. Right? And then when you set that goal, you have to get, it's something they call, you have to get emotionally connected with that goal. You can't set a goal in January and by February and March, you're just like, it happens to a lot of us with fitness goals, right? I want to lose this weight I want to lose 5 kg, I want to lose 10 kg. By the time you do gym for 1 month, you're like, please, I did not kill anybody's mother, right? Let me go and chill and enjoy myself. I'll just, manage myself. But that's just by the side. But when it comes to financial goals, I always say that you need to connect it with something that means a lot to you. So for instance, once we connected the client's financial goal, we set up a trust fund for her daughter. It was very easy. So it wasn't just, I just want to have money. Money is just a means to an end. I've never seen anyone that says, I just want to have 1 billion in my bank account. I just want to be looking at it every day. No. Money is a means to an end. Now, what is the end? You get to define the end. What is that end to you? What is that end? When you think about the things that you would like to achieve, what is the end? Do you want to live in your own house? Right? Do you want to travel? Do you want to do a master's degree? Do you want to set up a trust fund for your children? What is that end to you? What does it mean? And it has to be personal. And it has to be something that when you wake up in the morning, you think about it and say, yes, that's what I'm working towards. Now, when you know that end, put a value to it. You want to own a house? What's the cost of a house? You want to buy land? If you want to start there, what's the cost of the land? You want to go and do a master's degree? What's the cost? You want to do something for your parents? What does it cost? Right? And all the kind of goals you can think about. What would it cost me to achieve that goal? Put a value to it. Now that number is what we say we are working towards. Now once you have that goal, right, you have to think about what do I have in my hands? Remember, my skills, it's not going to drop in your hands, right? I know a lot of times we pray, and prayer is fantastic. I have a mother who prays, so I can definitely know that prayer is very powerful. But at the end of the day, prayer is to help you nurture the goal in your mind, right? If you want to go to God to bless you, you have to have something for him to nurture that you can build, right? At the end of the day, is what is in your hands that I can bless? That's what it is. That's the way it works, right? So when you set that financial goal, you now begin to ask yourself those questions. And, it's a very subconscious thing, because I found that, especially with working with people, once you give them that goal, right, and it's something they can emotionally connect with, they will be the one telling you that, guess what, I'm applying for this, I'm getting the certification, I'm working towards this, I'm bringing this to the marketplace, because everything changes about you. You don't just wake up in the morning and just be like, gosh, I'm so stressed. You just have this fire, you just have this, I'm working towards this, and this is what I'm going to achieve, right? So when you're setting goals, make sure you're setting goals that you can emotionally connect to, that means something to you. Don't just set a random goal. I just want to have 10 million in my account. What does that mean? So when you have it, you just spend it. The money has gone. It's finished. You don't even know what you spent it on. You just know that at one time you had, I had that kind of money. What did you use it for? Nothing tangible, right? So you have to be very clear on goals. Moving quickly to the third pillar. Third pillar is, this is the foundation. Because you find that, let me just say what it is. It's personal finance. That's what I'll just call it, the third pillar. Now, when I say personal finance, I mean all of the things that require you to have a personal finance, how would I put it now? Just thinking about budgeting, saving, investing. Those are the 3 key things I'll put on that personal finance. Now, because you find that when you get the right mindset, you set a goal, then you start to earn the money, what happens is people level up. We call it level up, right? Oh, I have money now. So you begin to shop, buy more expensive things. You start going to more expensive restaurants because you can. But at the end of the day, remember, we worked on the consciousness. We set the goal. But then this is the foundation, right? You have to set aside the money. When it comes into your hands, you're setting it aside towards the goal. You have to budget, right? You cannot be working without a budget in this day and age. In fact, one of the ways that I've been able to track real inflation, not the inflation that they're saying in the economy, is how I've seen the price of food the amount we spend on food in my house. This is what we spent January last year. This is what we are spending January. It's just very clear because there's a clear budget. We know exactly how much we spend on food and groceries every month. So you just see that, how did the price of beans go from 6,000 naira to 15,000 naira? It's just very clear. And what that helps you see, yes, we went through a very volatile economic period last year. Food prices went up crazy. And we're seeing that food prices might drop, but I don't think it's kind of like an annual seasonal thing. If you look at it, because I have budgets, I see that every Q1, Q2, food prices drop. But guess what? It's still going to come up a bit. Maybe not as crazy as last year, but it always comes up. It's always that thing. So when you begin to understand these cycles, right now, I don't even play. I buy food in bulk Q1, Q2, because I'm expecting some sort of price increase at the end of the year. Now, when you budget and you're always tracking this spending, that's the kind of information you will get that helps you to plan. Budgeting is simply having a plan for your money. That's what it is. It's having a plan for your money. When you have a plan for your money, you know exactly where your money is going. For a lot of you, once the salary comes in, by mid-month, you're like, where did all the money go? Of course, you don't have a budget and the money you're not tracking. So you keep asking, where did all the money go? Right? The money is just going. It's just leaving. You had no plan for it. So you have a career plan, you have a life plan, but do you have a plan for your money? Now that plan requires that, basic thing that we all know. What is the budget? This is how we're going to spend. This is what I'm going to spend on all these categories of spend and have all of those things. Now, you have to find a way that works for you. Not everybody works with an Excel sheet. Some of you might need to separate your bank accounts. This is the money for this, or this particular one, I don't have a card on it. You have to do what works for you. I'm not someone that will come and teach you, do it this way, because not everybody has the same habits. For some people, once they separate the bank account, they are disciplined, right? Some people, once they put it on their Excel sheet, they know how much they have to spend for the month and they stick to it. The most important thing is know what goal you're working towards and set up a budget that will ensure that you can make investment a bill. Right? At the end of the day, the goal of having a budget, the reason why you have a budget is to see where all the money is going. This is how much I spend on food, this is how much I spend on this, how much I spend on that. How much am I investing or saving every month? Right? A lot of times people save or plan to invest after spending. No, you should plan everything at the same time. Right? And then when you know that this is what I'm setting aside, it becomes very obvious. So for instance, if you have a goal to have 5 million in savings by the end of the year, and your budget is you want to do 50,000 every month, what's that? 600,000 naira. Who are you joking? I mean, who are you playing? You're the one that is joking now. Because how is that 5 million? Where is that 5 million going to come from? If you're setting aside 50,000, is it out of two things? One, you set aside more, or you create additional streams of income. That's how the reality just hits you. Because if you're setting a goal, where's that? You have to be very practical. Where's the budget for it? Right? How much am I actually making plans to set aside? And if that's not the case, then you need to think about some active ways to make more money. Right? So when it comes to personal finances, understanding savings, budgeting, and of course investing. What's investing? A lot of times, the definition of investing, I always have to tell people that, look, and especially when we have volatile economies like that, you find a lot of scams. Everybody's like, bring your money, I give you 100%. Give your money, Investing is not simply to double your money or to make more money or to get, yes, you have what's it called, asset classes. You have cash and cash equivalents, you have stock market, you have fixed income, you have real estate. But if you actually want to invest or build a proper investment portfolio, your goal should be owning assets. You need to own assets that will provide cash flow. What are the assets that provide cash flow? Now, if you're going to invest in the stock market, you're going to buy a dividend-paying stock. You buy stocks that pay dividends. If you're going to invest in a fixed income, you consider the options that are there, treasury bills or invest on the app, you earn some sort of return on it. If you're going to invest in real estate, now you might start and say that, oh, what I can afford right now is land. But know that you're working towards owning a property that can provide rental income. Now, a proper investment portfolio should be, the goal to be, should be building an asset, so building a portfolio that can earn you cash. That's what it is, because that is really what it means for you to be, for your money to be working while you are sleeping, right? That is really what it means, because, and I'm going to give practical examples here. So for instance, one of my friends was telling me about one of our clients that had some money in treasury bills. How many of us know what treasury bills are? You know what treasury bills are? Do we know? I'm not getting a response. Do we know what treasury bills are? Okay, of course, I was speaking to bankers, right? And a lot of people don't remember now that treasury bills are like 18, 20%. I think it's dropped to like 18% now. At the beginning, last year, it was like 22%, right? A lot of people don't remember when it was 4%, right? There was a time it was 4 or 5%. So if you build an investment portfolio based on your return on treasury bill, in fact, one of my clients, she had some money, she put it in treasury bills. So she was basically living off the interest rates on a annual basis. So let's say, for instance, she was getting like 20 million in interest from the money she had in treasury bills. And she was living the life. Like, once she just gets that interest, she uses it to travel. But guess what? Interest rates dropped to 5%. And boom, her income has dropped. And she's like, whoa, what am I going to use to travel? He said, yeah, but that's it. You need to understand how asset classes work, how every investment security works. The fact that something is 18% today, in fact, 22% last year, 18% today, who knows what it's going to be by the end of the year? You have to build a portfolio that is intelligent in some sort of way, right? And understand how these things work. Of course, you need a full masterclass on investment to get into that. But you need to seek the knowledge. You need to ask questions. Don't just make assumptions, right? Oh, I got 20% today. Does that mean you're going to get 20% in 5 years' time? Maybe not, right? So you constantly have to continue to evolve, and your investment portfolio will also continue to evolve. So when it comes to real estate, right, for instance, you might say that I probably have to start with land. But guess what? Land will always appreciate. I know a friend of mine, she was more like a colleague that time. And this is one of the powerful principles I always teach, collaboration. I mean, if you know anything about me, my entire investment journey has been about collaboration, right? So there was a plot of land in Bagada at the time. It was going for about 5 million, right? And she didn't have the entire 5 million, and she got friends, like, let's put our money together and let's collaborate to buy this. So I always tell people, don't wait till you have it, think about collaborating. Instead of simply collaborating to do a job, collaborate to own assets. So they collaborated, they bought the land, 5 million. Within like 1 or 2 years, land appreciated to like 12 million. They sold it, took the 12 million, went to Lekki Expressway, bought land there. That one appreciated to like 25 million. They sold it, they took it again. Today, they all own houses. It all started with collaborating to buy land. And not simply waiting until I can get all the money to buy a 70 or 100 million house. There's a journey. There's a journey. And a lot of times when people see the current picture, they think that, I want to be like this person. But that person started from somewhere. Right? The question is, what are you doing with where you are now? Right? So when you're thinking about building an investment portfolio, please seek knowledge and understand how securities and asset classes work. Just because you're earning 20% today doesn't mean you earn 20% tomorrow. So when you start earning 10%, what are you going to do? Right? How are you going to manage that portfolio? How many more minutes do I have? Anyway, I think I'll just wrap up in 10 minutes. For the final buffer, what's the first pillar, rather? Fantastic. What's the second pillar? What's the third one? Thank you. The final one is what I'll call, you need a buffer, right? And when I mean a buffer, I mean, I always call it emergency funds, right? Or experts call it emergency funds, but I call it safety funds. We live in a time where things change very fast. Volatility is like the order of the day, right? Very fast. You cannot afford to not have some sort of, what I call a buffer, right? Especially if, depending on your stage of life. If you're someone who is single, you're fine, take care of yourself, that's fine. But you're married, you have children, you need to build some sort of safety fund, right? Because you cannot always say that, I'm just going to live off whatever income that I'm earning. You need to build that. And it's so important that you have at least 3 to 6 months worth of that money in some sort of safe security. Now, that's not the kind of money you take a risk on, right? That safe safety fund. So let's say, for instance, how much does it cost to just have the same lifestyle on a monthly basis? Now, if you have a budget, you know that amount of money. So let's say for you that amount, for lack of, let me just say 300,000, right? If that amount is 300,000, then you need to have at least 3 months worth of that at minimum in some sort of safety fund, right? 3 months worth of that would be 900,000. That's something you need to work towards, because what happens is, what if anything happens, an emergency, you lose your job or something happens, you have something that you can work with as you are working towards continuing to get back on the same level of income that we were at. Now, that money is not something you take a risk on. You can't tell me that, oh, you start an investment, you took all your life savings and you put it in it, and then you lost the money, you're like, aye me, temi bami. No, it doesn't work like that. You know, there was someone that I knew that had life savings, and now, if you think about stage of life, he had 2 young children, he's married, he saw an investment opportunity that was clearly risky, and so you need to understand that investments come with risk. If you can't take the risk, then stick to safe options, right? Some investments will go bad, right? So you need to decide, how much risk can I take? Don't just follow people, the herd mentality. How much risk can I take? And then he saw that, this is an opportunity to earn, I think it was 30%. He took all of his life savings, and guess what? He went bad. Now, this is a father, young children, who is he going to run to? So he has to take responsibility for that. And of course, that's why you need a safety fund, right? So just to wrap up, looking at all the pillars, you might wonder and say, where do I start, right? What exactly is the next step for me? I always tell people that it starts with the way you think, which is why I started with that as the very first pillar. You have to begin to understand and take responsibility that, see, you are the one that will create the life that you want. It's not anybody else. It's not even your parents. You should work with your spouse if you're married, but even your spouse, both of you should create it together, right? It's not your employer, it is you. Now, when you begin to own that, you also need to understand that wealth responds to definite demand and definite goals. If you don't have this clearly defined, which is why I talked about your goals, the people that move forward or clearly achieve things are the ones that have very clear goals, right? They didn't just sit back and say, maybe I'll get promoted this year. Maybe I'll earn my income this year. Oh, let me just try this, God, please, I need more money. No, you have to have very definite goals and make a definite demand on those definite goals and work with very clear principles. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Tommy. Round of applause for her, please. That was a very, very powerful session. Thank you so much. So from what you said at the beginning, there was a definition you gave that resonated with me, and it would lead me to share a very, very short story. So she said, wealth consciousness is your ability to understand that whatever happens to you is in your own hands. So, like I said, it would lead me to share a short story. So about 5 years ago, when I started my career, I was going to work one day. I boarded the bus, and the bus was leaking because it was raining. And as the rain was dropping on me, I was telling myself, I just need another source of income. I can't continue like this. So I took my phone, I went online, I searched investment companies, and the first thing that came out was a company called ADFX. When I saw FX, I was like, nice. FX, trading, number crunching. I was feeling like, I was feeling special. So I opened it, I did a little research. It seemed legit. I reached out to one of my best girls, and I told her, see, I saw this ADFX, and to my surprise, she was like, babe, have you been sleeping? If you put 50K, you get 100K. I've been on the road for like 3 months on this, so she now told me, in fact, I'm about to put my house rent. Our house rent then was 365K. So she said, I was about to put my house rent, and they are telling me I will get 1 million. In my mind, I was like, God, FX, God of FX. So, I called my mom. I told her. The next thing she said was, sorry to anyone that doesn't understand Yoruba, but she said, Busayo, Eniwafa, Owa, Ofo. So when she said it, I was like, just like Tommy said, mindset. My mind, I was like, Mommy, this is it, growth mindset. You need to grow. Like, Mommy, life is beyond salary. She was like, okay. I did it anyway. And truly, I did 100K then, because that was how much I was earning, and they told me I would get 400K in 4 months, and I'll be getting 10K every day. So in truth, for a week, I got 10K. I was telling my mom, you see what I'm saying? Risk, you have to take risk. She was like, no problem. All of a sudden, my phone just beeped one time. We had a WhatsApp group. They call it ADFX Limited. I was feeling special. They just started apologizing to us that something happened. They will return the money to everybody. We should calm down. I called my best girl. I said, girl, Alpha, they said they're apologizing to us. She said, me too, I don't know. My rent is due next month, though. I said, wow. She said, I know their office. Let's go there. I told my boss at work, please, 2 minutes. I want to quickly get somewhere. We went there, the address. And when we got there, the security man on Abokima said, this is a warehouse. I was looking at my friend that, you brought me to this thing, bring me out of it. She said she was already crying. And lo and behold, the money, I didn't get the 100K back. I only got 10K or 20K dividend back, and I didn't get anything. So I was scammed. My friend too, then she reached out to me that, can she come and stay with me? I said, no. You're the one that brought me here. You can't come and stay with me. She stayed with me for the next 6 months before she was able to get another place. And I'm sure you'll be wondering, did I go back to my mother? It took me, I think, about 3 months before I said, Mommy, I DFX, that they've gone. No. You know, like the typical mother, she just said, don't worry. That 100K they took is your sorrows. I said, Mommy, let them give me my sorrow back now. Is it your sorrow? So which brings me to the question I would like to ask Tommy. So it says, for women starting their financial journey, what are the 3 crucial steps you would recommend they take to build long-term wealth?
Yeah, so I think it's part of the pillars that I shared, right? First of all, you need to understand that your ability to save and invest or create wealth is tied to your ability to earn. And I find that that's such a very fundamental place to start. Because a lot of times people come and teach you about how to save, how to invest. But if your means of earning is not growing, then your ability to continue to invest and save will continue to grow stagnant. But guess what is working against you? Everything else is getting more expensive. So you just find out that your ability to save continues to even reduce, because as inflation is hitting, all of the volatility is hitting, everything is going up in prices, your house rent is going up in prices, you are spending more and your purchasing power is declining, and then your ability to save and invest is declining. So if you're not constantly working on improving your ability to earn, and this is not even depending on just your employer increasing your salary based on what's happening in the economy, if you are not working on it yourself, then you will not be able to create wealth. Because like I said, factors that are working against what's happening is, if your own salary is at some certain level and stagnant, food prices are going up, everything is going up, and then you cannot save and invest more. So you have to constantly have a growth mindset, not just in terms of consciousness, but also in terms of my skills. What are the skills in demand? And like I said, you're not a tree, you can move, right? Don't simply say that, oh, this is what I studied in school. I give the example of my friend that studied law. I have another friend as well that moved to Canada and she moved into tech. There's a reason why tech bros and tech sis earning a lot more, right? And you don't necessarily have to move into tech, right? If you find a role or some skill level that would help you to move to a higher level of income, please do. See, you don't have any excuse anymore. You always have to improve your ability to earn. The second thing, of course, will be find a group of people that can encourage you. See, the people you move with will determine your life to a large extent. Like they say, if 5 millionaires are moving together, if you move with 4 millionaires, you're most likely to become the 5th one. You cannot afford to be moving with people that all they do is follow Instablog Naija on social media. What's the latest gist? Everything, Lambo, whatever. Look, you have your life to live. You need to move with people that are thinking about, what are we creating? What are we doing? What businesses are we starting? What skills, what certification are we doing? What events are we thinking? What mentors are we seeking? Right? You need to and that's absolutely what changed my life. When I was doing my MBA, I had some sort of classmates doing my MBA, and every day we just talk about, stories we hear about Silicon Valley in the US, about investing, creating that. And immediately after our MBA, we started an investment club, 5 of us. And first job after my MBA, first salary, we started to set aside 50,000. That was in 2017. We made investment a bill. And with that money, we started to collaborate. And even then, to think about it, just 2017, we didn't have all these apps that we have today. So we'll go into the stock, broking firm and ask them, what can we invest in? And that's when I started learning about stock market investing. We'll ask questions. So we knew, of course, by myself, 50,000 is not a lot of money, but with 5 of us, 250,000 was more. And then we could, within 4 months, we had 1 million. So we had money and a forward. So which means you also have to be studying and reading. There's a lot of information on YouTube. Watch videos on YouTube about people creating businesses, people using their digital skills to create things. Just get yourself inspired. Be very careful about what you're taking into. If you spend all your time watching news, you will just have a poverty consciousness, right? And you need to understand that it is very natural to have a poverty consciousness. There's no void. You can't say that, oh, me, I don't have a poverty consciousness, but I don't have a wealth consciousness. There is no void. You either have a poverty consciousness or a wealth consciousness. But all of us are not born, except if you are born to Bill Gates' daughter or you are born to the king of queen of England. We're not born with a wealth consciousness, right? You probably grew up with your father saying, oh, does money grow on trees? Why are you always asking for money? I mean, we all had parents that probably said something like that to us, right? And that probably brought a scarcity mindset where you're always thinking that, money is not enough, I need to keep money, But you need to come into an abundance mindset, and that's a wealth consciousness, that there is more than enough money. There is abundance. But then how do I attract that to myself? Right? I need to become a person of value. I need to provide value in the marketplace. And that's how I create that attraction to attract wealth to me. You always have to have that consciousness. Am I a person of value? Am I conscious of the wealth that I surround myself with? And these days, you don't have to look for someone to mentor you. Some of them have videos online. Watch their videos. How does a billionaire think? How does a millionaire think? How do they think about investing? How do they think about us? Honestly, sometimes you just sit down and listen to some of them. You realize that, wow, I'm actually thinking in a very limiting way, right? So first thing is continue to grow your ability to earn. You said 3 things, right? The second thing is, who are you moving with? Your accountability group. Are you guys thinking about setting goals together? And the final thing I would say is, for me, is faith, right? And when I say faith, is not, I mean, we're all from different religious groups. But I think for me, faith is a belief system, right? What do you believe? Do you actually believe that you are made in the image and likeness of God and that you have the power to create wealth, right? What do you believe? You always have to constantly keep that in check. What do I believe? Because your entire life is based on your belief system. If you believe that you never have enough, you will never have enough. If you believe that you always have to hustle, you never find me saying I am hustling. No, I am thriving every day. When I wake up in the morning, the first thing I focus on is gratitude, right? Because gratitude puts you in a state to receive, right? Once you are complaining, you are blocking. Once you are grateful, you are receiving, right? So when I wake up in the morning, I'm very conscious about the way I think. So I'm thinking about, what are the 5 things I'm grateful for this morning, right? What are the things that I want? And I'm grateful for my parents, I'm grateful for my husband, I'm grateful for my children. And then it just opens up your mind. And you have to be very careful. Maybe because I've been doing it for a while, I realize that once I'm in a mood, especially as a woman, anytime you find yourself in a mood or something triggered it. It's either you saw something or somebody said something to you or some news or something. Just become aware. Because once you're in that state of mind, that state doesn't attract wealth. So you constantly have to check your state. If you find yourself in a very dark place or dark mood, you need to switch, right? When I find myself in that kind of thing, I say, okay, something triggered it. Maybe I saw something on the news, or maybe somebody said something to me about, Nigeria is such a horrible country. And the past week has been a lot, right? With everything happening with women and everything, you're asking yourself questions like, so you have to keep yourself in check and say, okay, I've exposed myself to too much of this negative bias. I need to get myself into a different place now. So I am now speaking words of affirmation to myself. I'm watching things. Sometimes go and watch comedy and laugh. Just laugh, right? It just helps you and lifts up your spirit, right? And those things actually open up your mind to possibilities and opportunities, right? Because at the end of the day, your greatest, that space, that's where you have control over your ability to think and decide that this is how I think. You actually have a choice with how you think. You don't necessarily just have to accept that this way I'm feeling right now is the way I have to feel for the rest of the day. No, you're powerful. You're a powerful being, and you can decide how you want to feel. And you need to understand that thoughts lead to feelings, and feelings lead to actions. So if you are feeling down, is what you're thinking, right? So if you find yourself feeling some sort of way, you ask yourself, what am I thinking? Because your thoughts is scientific. Your thoughts create chemical reactions in your body. So if you're feeling down or something, what are the thoughts that are driving this? So those 3 things: your ability to earn, who are you surrounding yourself with, and faith, your belief system.
Thank you very much. Can we please put our hands together for her? Okay, so now we'll be taking questions from the audience. So premium ladies, please, do you have any question for our guests today? Any questions? Okay.
Good afternoon, everyone. So my question would be, as a corporate organization, what are the suggestions you'd make for the organization to sort of help women or to boost women's capabilities for what you've spoken about today?
Okay, I think that's a question for your chief people officer. But I would say that, I mean, there's power in collaboration. I feel like we need more women collaborating, because you find that the men do that very easily, right? They just move in groups, they have their men's clubs, they hang out. But women, everybody's like, in their own separate circles. Honestly, my very first investment club, I was the only female. There were 4 men. My female friends refused to join. It's when we started making money, they said, let us join. My friends were like, no, right? So you just, maybe because I have 3 brothers, but women need to do things together, right? I remember when a friend reached out to me that she needed some capital for her business. I was very grateful that I could invest money in her business and help her business. So we also need to financially be empowered so we can also empower each other. So I think collaboration, so every organization should think about creating collaboration spaces for women to engage, and of course mentorship. The men at senior level need to also mentor women at the lower level or junior level coming up. How did you walk through your career? Let's all leave all that isolated. Let's share our stories. A lot of times stories have inspired me. The day I sat down with Mrs. Aoshika, my God, I couldn't believe the things that she shared with me and all stories. And those stories inspire me to today. It was a privilege, but honestly, those stories still inspire me. So collaboration spaces, mentorship. Now, what happens within those collaboration spaces is up to you, right? And within the tenets of your organization, what is allowed and what is not allowed. And of course, creating mentorship as well. I think those are powerful tools to help women, because men naturally have these things, and women need more of that. They always say that, and another thing is, within those spaces, let also always have the mindset of wealth consciousness. Because when women are financially strong, you can do more, right? You can advocate better. You can tell, and then when you have a space, you can advocate for better policies together, right? And then it brings, you have a voice at the table, right? I think those 2 key things where I'll stop it. And I can work with you on that.
As Tommy said, that's and we do have collaborative ops for ladies. I mean, we have set up the Premium Women Network. We were going to engage you more, and that's why we wanted a lot of people to be here today, so we could even have that conversation and start that collaboration. I've worked with strong women all my life. My mom is one of them, and this, when I mean strong women, like strong women, I have Idibuki here. A lot of women I've worked with in the past, and I've had women that actually. I remember my first platform, national platform that I was given to speak. It was given to me by a woman. She used that the head. She's the group. She's the HR group head for Sterling Bank, Temidali. She gave me a platform. She gave me a voice. The question I ask women today, a lot of us are senior women here. How many other ladies are you giving a platform? How many of them are you giving voices? How many women do we have here that we mentor? A lot of them, we've attached them to you as mentors. What have you done? It's time for us to be accountable as women to other women. What are we doing with them? These young ladies, they come to us at their time. When the little time they have, what do we say? What stories? Are we one of those that when we talk about the organization, I always tell people the grass is always greener at the other side. There's no system that is perfect. But do you celebrate what you have, your strengths there? Do you make them see the beauty in their weaknesses? See, there is no weakness or strength. We all have one thing, and it's passion. And it depends on how you utilize your passion. If you utilize it well, at one end is strength. At the other end of it is weakness. So your strength and weakness are the different end of the same stick. So it's how you use it. So the strength, the platform that you have today, as a woman, what do you do? How do you use it? Who are you encouraging? Who are you hand-holding? Who are you mentoring? I think today, as International Women's Day, I think it's time for us to think about that, and let's make Premium Trust Women work. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Tommy. Thank you, CPU. So I thought I should also share 1 or 2 secret strategies that I do. She mentioned the idea of ajo, and let's be realistic. As bankers, the fastest way for us to set aside part of our salary is to commit it to something. I don't know. I'm sure that's how we do most of us. That's one of our financial behaviors. So what I do, I thought I should share it. I've always done a job. I mean, since my first organization, Globalcom, 17 years ago, I still do the same job with the same set of human beings. But what I do is, I'm always the first to pick. And when I pick, I invest at the beginning of the year. So I think that's a strategy I should share with everyone. You can still do the job, but try to position yourself in such a way that you get the whole amount early in the year. You invest it. Do you understand what I'm saying? So it's something we can still do while we'll explore other investment opportunities that you have shared with us. Thank you so much, and we appreciate you, and we've learned a lot this morning. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for that financial advice, Madam Aminat. So, a question from the younger generation, representing the Gen Z, Ekemini.
Hello, good day, everybody. Hi, Tommy. So I'd really like to. I know we didn't really have a conversation about debt management, because I know that that's another thing that a lot of us can relate to. So, what would you advise would be the debt to income ratio? Like, how do we ensure that while we are saving, while we are budgeting, while we're investing, we're also able to clear our debt, and be able to put aside more money for investment? So how would we navigate that area? Yeah, thank you.
So, great question, actually, because I feel like in the past few years, and of course the younger generation as well, just because of that access, right, access to debt from all the apps and everything has become a major problem. And to even bring it home, I was listening to a conference recently, and some guys were saying now, before they even start dating you, they will ask you, do you have debt? Because that's how one guy was dating a girl, and he said that she's owing 2 million naira, and her monthly salary is 200,000. So you ask yourself, how does someone that is earning 200,000, how did she build up 2 million naira in debt, right? It just shows you how pervasive that problem is. So when it comes to debt, I think for me, it's some of the things that I find that people take on money to do is they take it on for house rent a lot of times. They take it on, and which is some of the expenses I'll talk about. They take it on for helping someone, black tax, family, or they take it on because they want to buy something or pressure, social media pressure. They want to look a certain way and all of that. So I think the first thing is, at a certain level, if you're not, because I won't say debt is bad, right? Because Dangote has debts, right? Otedola has debts, but it's a question of what they're using it for. But if all you're doing is consuming, you're not producing anything, you're not using it in business or anything, then please cut off debt. You have to build that discipline. Now, if you want, what you can do is build the discipline of saving. Now, if you already have the debt, I will come to that and how you work towards paying off. But that discipline, it's a discipline, honestly, and the sooner you learn it, the better for you. Because if you have the habit of always, let me just take money when I need it, the truth is you don't realize it, but you eventually find that you're paying out more. Of course, when they're charging you 5% a month or sometimes 10% a month, ridiculous rates. What you took that money to do, let's say you even took 200,000 and you end up paying what? Paying back 250,000. That's even low. Sometimes some of them pay back almost 100% back. Was it worth it, what you took that money for? You need to sit down and do that analysis. So if you already have the debt, there's a way to work towards paying that. But the discipline and everything is habits. And we need to be very careful about our habits and be very conscious about our habits, especially when it comes to money. Money actually shows you who you really are. If you're a disciplined person, you will show it your money. So that discipline, you have to build it. Because if you always think that I want to buy something, I see something, I want to buy it, I want to have it, and I get money, and I need to take money or borrow money from a friend, and you have those friends that come and meet you like, please give me money. Their emergency becomes your own emergency. Well, if you are being disciplined, though, I have responsibility, and somebody else just comes, please give me money, I want to do this, give me money, I want to do that. And you just know that friend is just not disciplined with money. So it starts fundamentally with building that discipline. What is the discipline? What is my income, and what is my budget for spending on different things? Now, of course, like I've said, if the money you're earning is not enough, then it's on you to build your ability to earn. But even before you build your ability to earn, you need to work within that level of income that you have. Now, there are some tough decisions you have to make, right? You might have to consider, living with someone like a friend, had to start living with her for a few months, right? But the most important thing is as long as you have a goal, right? So what are you taking that debt for? Is it a bad habit? And a lot of times if you are working 9 to 5 and it's not, because even for house rent, you can consider doing an ajo, even though I would not advise that, working towards your house rent. Or if it's a major expense that you have, you can consider doing that, right? So on the average, I would say that you should have no debt if all you're doing is consuming with it. I mean, let's be real, you're just consuming. And if you already have the debt, right, what's your plan to pay off? You have to earn more money to pay off. Because, and of course, right now you even have to become disciplined to cut off a lot of things. Discipline is the fundamental thing. Habit is also the next thing. And I always say this when I work with people, and I say that, look, we all know that we have what we call money dials. There's something that for you, you just love spending money on. We all have that thing. For some people, it's eating out in restaurants. You just love the experience. You take yourself out. For some women, it's clothes. For some women, it's shoes. For some people, it's travel. If you know that that's your money dial, then work towards saving towards it, right? And set yourself a plan that if I can achieve this goal, then I will reward myself for getting to this point. Right? But if you don't work towards saying, okay, I know this is something I enjoy. Now, nobody's saying that you need to live a life of penury and you should not even have any plan to enjoy yourself at all. At the end of the day, like I said, money is a means to an end. The goal is not simply to accumulate or stash up money somewhere and then you are living a life that people are wondering what is wrong with you. That does not even show off the glory of God in any way, please, right? So it's about understanding yourself, understanding your personality, building the right discipline and the right habits, and then ensuring that you know your money dials. You know the things that you like spending money. You know those things that when somebody just brings it to you, you spend. And you have to create a budget. So if you can even work within your budget and say, this is my budget for eating out every month, right? And then once that is done, that is it. Discipline and habits. So if you know that you just have to do it once a month or work towards it or say, okay, let me cut it off for 3 months until I pay off my debt and I work towards it. I'll buy myself one shoe after 6 months. Just know that this is what I'm doing for my life, right? For myself, because once you build this habit and you get discipline, it's something that will take you to the rest of your life, even as you get older. Now, if you already have this debt, you have to build a plan to pay off that debt, right? So when you speak about debt to income ratio, I was like, okay, typically we talk about debt to income ratio for businesses and corporates. So if individuals now are saying, and of course, when you're doing financial planning, you talk about debt to income ratio, but that's usually in societies where debt and credit is a part of their lifestyle. You do everything on credit. You have credit cards, mortgage, your car, everything is on credit. But we don't have that sort of credit society yet. So you're already saying for your personal life, you have a debt to income ratio. I'm like, please, just work towards working it down to 0 first. It's a different conversation if that debt is going towards your business or something that's producing cash flow. If it's not, work towards 0, right? I hope that this helps.
I thought I saw someone raising their hand.
Good afternoon, everybody. Sorry, my question is not on finance, but my question is, I feel like we as ladies, we're engaged in a lot of stuff. We have to juggle, for the ones that are married, family, work, social life, amongst every other thing. My question is, to attain the kind of success some of us aspire to, how are you able to marry all of this without one area of your life suffering? Because I get to hear some successful people talk about, excuse me, I know that I was listening to a woman who is very, she is an entrepreneur and she speaks a lot to the younger generations. And she said something about, for every time I am here, I have got 2 nannies at home or 3 having to take care of my kids. I feel like the kids are suffering some parental starvation because someone else is doing that. How do you think one can marry all of this and have some level of balance in our life, making sure that in all these areas, not that it would all have 100, but there is a buffer to, make sure that each of it is enjoying some level of richness that it requires to thrive. Thank you.
Right. I feel like there are some more experienced women in the room to take that question. But as a young millennial, I will share my own perspective, right? And I'm sure you also speak to that as well. And I also tell you about my mom as a bonus. Right. So the truth is I think I had to come to the point where I had to come to accept that life is in seasons, right? I think once you accept that, it helps. When you understand that life is in seasons and you're not comparing your life to somebody else's life, by the way, you understand that as long as I continue to work, I have a growth mindset, as long as I have my goals, right? Because a lot of times people feel, I'm trying to think of the word to use now, you feel like your life is not moving forward because you yourself, you don't have a goal for your life. So you're looking at other people who are clearly working towards their goals and, working towards that, and you're seeing a snapshot of their lives. Sometimes you don't even see the full picture. And you're saying, see my life, oh. But the question is, you, what are you working towards? What's your own life goal? Now, of course, you had a goal to get married and have children, right? And you also need to enjoy that season, right? And there's a certain season where children are young that it just require more of your time. I know, for instance, I did not travel to do my MBA was because I had a 4-year-old daughter at the time who is now 15 years old, by the way. Shout out to my daughter. Say wave and say hello. She's shy. Right, at the time, she was 4. And then my husband was also working full time. I was like, you know what? I don't want to travel because I don't want to go with her and do school. So I decided to go to Lagos Business School. Remember, you have to know exactly what you want and prioritize each season. Now, of course, full-time MBA, your head is in schoolwork and everything. And then I got pregnant in my 2nd year, right? And when I look back now, I was like, perfect timing, right? Because at the time, it was more like, how am I going to manage this? But I carried myself, my 2nd year, my pregnancy, and I was going to class every day. And then he was supposed to come in December, but he came in January, right? He came the day before school resumed. I remember school was supposed to resume on the 14th. He came on a Sunday, the 13th. I had my baby, and the day after my naming ceremony, I was back in class, right? Now, was it easy? No, it wasn't. It was the toughest season in my life. But guess what? I did not want to add an extra year to my 2-year MBA, right? So I knew that I had to push in that season. Of course, I had a support system, my parents, and I had to hire a nanny, right? And my husband actually also, took paternity leave and everything to stay at home. Now, I know that I did not pay as much attention to my son, maybe as much attention to my first child, and even my 3rd child now, who was born during COVID and was very spoiled because we're all at home. But it was my priority in that season to finish my MBA, right? So the day after my naming ceremony, I was in class. And to be honest, I couldn't even breastfeed him as much as I wanted to. Yeah, within a month I stopped. And he was on milk. Now, do I feel guilty? No, it was my decision. Right? So don't let anybody come and tell you that you have to do some things in a certain way, because that is how everybody, you have to decide that these are decisions I need to make right now. And this is what is happening. Right? So I decided that I got back into class. And then in the LBS MBA at that time, if you miss more than 5 classes a week, you're downgraded to a C. So I didn't have that, luxury to say that I can miss classes. I had to show up in class. So I will get up in the morning, make sure everything is taken care of, go to class, and I will leave a 2-month-old baby at home, right? But guess what? Once I was done with my MBA, I had over 5 job offers, right? And by that time, he was a year old. And in fact, one of them took me to France for 2 weeks. Today, my son is 12 years old. Is he going to come and ask me and say, why didn't you breastfeed me when I was 2 months old or 1 month old? No, he's like, oh, Mom, I saw you on YouTube. Mommy, I saw you here, right? So you have to always remember that there's a core. You have to make decisions in every season. So to tell you a story about my mom, for instance. My mom has 6 children, right? And once my last born, my son, was in secondary school. My mom is a pharmacist, first-class pharmacist, by the way. She read chemistry, then she's a serious FICO. She read chemistry, then she went to do pharmacy, and then she has first-class pharmacy. So, but once she had like 4 of us, she decided to be a stay-at-home mom, and it was a decision at the time. And she started a pharmacy at the time. She was selling medicine at pharmacy. And then once the last born was in secondary school, I remember because I was in college, she realized that the entire landscape was changing. What was changing at that time? Tech was coming in. NIT, I don't know how many of you remember NIT, came into Nigeria. And she just thought, you know what? I want to get back into the work environment, but I need to get the skills that would help me get back in the right place. So it was me. She sent me to NIT. I remember that time I took a bus to Surrey to go and get the NIT form for her to fill. She was in her 40s at the time. She took the form. She filled with these young people. One of them was my husband. At the time, I had not met him. Don't worry, the story is very jointed. So, and then she took because the form was for a scholarship, because she saw that, the fees were high, but thankfully they were offering some scholarship if you wrote the exam. She wrote the scholarship exam and she got 90% off. Now, see, guys, your life is in your hands. You can't just sit back and say something is expensive. You need to find a way. So she saw that they were going to write tests. She sent me to get the form. She wrote GMAT tests in her 40s, right? She wrote GMAT tests and she got 90% off the payments, and she would go to class. And not only did she get the NIT certificate, she wrote Oracle exam. She became an OCP. And this is very critical, right? So, of course, when she finished, she applied for a job. Now, the guy later told her that when I saw your CV, you had all the certification, but I had a problem with your age. But because you have the certification, we knew we had to employ you. Because typically, we don't employ people in their 40s. You see why you say that? See, when you have some skills, they will open doors for you, right? So because she had the right skills, they said, nobody, even the young people who don't have Oracle certification. My mom had written all the exams. And because of that, they employed her. Now, on her first day of work, she was employed. She resumed work with my soon-to-be husband, right? He's young. He had only done one level of Oracle, right? But because he's young and everything, it took him in. But she had written all the stages and she had passed it and she got into it. Now, as a young person now, I remember that changed everything for my family, right? At that time, of course, my dad is a medical doctor, we're fine. But once my mom started to work in tech, that was when my younger siblings started to travel for summer, right? Because it changed everything. Before that, we're fine, but after that, it changed everything. That's a woman that decided that I have something that I can take charge of my life and create wealth for my family and change everything. Now, my 2 younger siblings schooled abroad, right? Because of that. And I always say that you're the ones that enjoy it, because the rest of us schooled in Lagos, Nigeria. But just to show you that you need to understand seasons and prioritize what you do in that season and make the right decisions for yourself, because nobody else is going to live your life. Even the children who not, you can't blame them. It is you.
All right, thank you very much. So that would be all for this session. We still have so there's going to be a 5-minute networking session, so you can get to engage with her, because we still have some fire-packed session packed for everybody today. So today we intend to, maximize everything that we can get. But before I continue, I'd like to recognize the presence of the Executive Director of Premium Trust Bank, Mr. Shina Atilola. Thank you so much for joining us. We appreciate you, and we're glad that you're here. Thank you. So before we continue, we sort of had something light, because as you know me, Minister of Enjoyment, I don't like to be too serious. So we had something light, like just games for 5 minutes each, just to make everybody laugh and all that. So we pray that you laugh.
Please laugh. Okay, so the first game we'll be doing is 2 truths and 1 lie. How many of us are familiar with that game? Like, it's quite popular. Okay, so here's how the game works. You're going to stand up and make 3 statements. So every other person here will have to guess which one, like, amongst the statements, there will be 2 truths and 1 lie. So every other person will try to, determine which one is the truth and which one is the lie. So who is going first?
Eager volunteers.
Please.
Should we call names instead?
Now I'll point somebody. Okay. Ekemini, thank you very much.
About yourself.
And one lie. Okay. All right. Oh wow. Okay. So here goes. I made my first million naira in 2023. I recently transitioned into tech, and I'm a foodie. Yeah. So those are my 3 statements about me.
All right, so just to recap, she made first million naira in 2023. She recently transitioned into tech, and she's a foodie. So can we guess which is the truth? And
Two truths. She's a foodie.
yes.
The second one, she transitioned into tech. So the lie definitely is she made her first million.
All right, so Ekemini, can you confirm that? Or do we have one other person that has something different from that? Ekemini, please tell us the lie. All right, so Ekemini did not make her first million naira in 2023. Can we have another person?
Another person.
Okay.
I'm married with 2 kids. I'm a master's degree holder, and I love swimming.
Okay, so just to reiterate, she's married with 2 kids.
She's a master's
She's a master's degree holder.
And she loves swimming.
And she loves to swim. So which is the lie? Anybody?
And she said it all with a straight face, so you
Yes,
can't
so-
even tell. Like,
So can we guess the
Jessica,
truth
do you
and
want
the
to
lie?
Jessica.
So Jessica
Correct. She
says,
said you do not love swimming. That's the lie.
oops. So she's not married with 2 kids. Okay, so one last one. Anyone?
One last person.
Anybody willing to take the floor? Or should I mention names? Lily, tell us something.
Lily.
What do I say?
On the Blaze app, you can pay for insurance.
Lily, we said personal statements. Personal facts.
Myself. On the Blaze app, you can do free transfers, and then on the Blaze app. What do you mean? On the Blaze. Okay. On the Blaze app, you can find a partner, like a date, a boyfriend, dating app. Let me see.
I'm sure we all know which
There's
one
no
is
partner of
true.
Blaze.
All right, so the answer is on Blaze app, you definitely cannot find a man. If you could, trust me, I would have found 10. Okay. All right, so
Adora.
I'm 23 years old. I'm 23 years old. I'm a writer, and I love food.
all right, she's 23 years old, she's a writer, she loves food. You don't cast
That was
though, they know
easy.
your age.
Mama.
Okay, yeah, Mama Chi.
I love healthy food, healthy living. I act. I'm an actress.
Truth.
And I'm 40 years old.
That's a lie.
This one is a given. Everybody knows you are not 40.
That was so obvious.
Okay, I've never been on a plane. I've never been on a train. I've never been on a boat.
Come
One
on
of them
now,
is a
come
lie.
on now, Jessica. Okay.
Okay, the first one, I've never been on a plane. I've never been on a train. I've never been on a boat. One of them is a lie.
You've never been on the train. It's a lie.
So we want one of our seniors to tell us 2 truths about themselves and 1 lie.
Okay, Madam Dami. 2 truths about yourself or 1 lie.
2 truths. I have 2 master's degrees. I have a background in procurement, logistics, and supply chain management. And I'm from South Africa.
All right, so we already know the lie. So, all right, so another game that we had planned is related to language. So we know that apart from all our different tribal language we have, there's one thing that sets Nigeria apart from Africa, and that's what language. It's called the Nigerian Pidgin Challenge. So I'm going to give you a normal sentence, and I would like to get the pidgin version. So you know there are different type of pidgin version. There are some that is pidgin but is English, like it's straightforward. But this one we are going deep into worry pidgin, please. So you guys should get ready. So one of them is, I'm excited to be attending today's event. It can't be easy now. Yes. Bunny Island. I am excited to be attending today's event.
Okay, my belly is sweet to attend.
No. Someone else.
Are they happy to attend today's event?
So that's English. English. English translation. Stop it. Okay. My babe. Oh yeah.
Let it torture me as I just say yes. So.
Alright, just to take you back, but let it torture me as I did. Yes, so thank you. So that was the one I was looking for. So another one is, I'm feeling tired. Let me rest.
Okay,
I am feeling tired. Let me rest. I know CPO strong suit is not in PG. I would have gladly handed over the mic.
He wants to try.
I'm feeling tired. Let me rest.
I don't tire. Make I waka go.
Okay. Okay, that's one. Tokpe, can you give to Tokpe? Tokpe is our winning lady.
I don't tire, I want shut down.
Okay. It's even, you know, that translation even beats the one in the answer. Thank you very much. So I think that's our 5 minutes on the game. We'll still come back with more. We're supposed to have a fire chat with the MD, but is yet to. See? All right, so we just got the update. So we'll be going with the panel discussion now. So like I said, today is meant to be power packed. So we have 4 extremely knowledgeable, extremely brilliant speakers coming on board to this beautiful couches to fill this space and also fill us up there. Yeah, so please, Aisha, over to you.
So our first panelist is none other than my own personal mentor, the Chief People Officer of
certified coach.
A certified
coach.
Mrs. Olanike Martins. Please. Second panelist is our very own EDVK.
Woo! Premium clap, please. Premium applause.
last but not the least, our special guest for today, Miss Tomi Balogun.
All right. So each of the panelists have the topics that they are going to be discussing today in about 15 minutes per person. So like we said earlier, we would love you to, buckle your seatbelt. Please take note. Our guys online, we are seeing your messages and we are promising you that this session, we're going to make sure that we take your questions. We have them rolling in. So thank you for joining us online. So we'll be starting with the Chief People Officer.
Should I say that's a setup? All right, it's always lovely to have you here. And I think I'm given the topic to talk about career acceleration, since it's acceleration action. And I'm sure everybody wants to hear about that. First of all, Tommy said a lot of things that, and thank you so much for coming. She's such a wonderful, even I look up to her. She's one of my mentors, if you want to know. And yeah, because it's not just about mentoring is on every side. You can have it top down, you can have it bottom up, and you can have it vertically in terms of peer. One of the things that, Tommy has spoken a lot to us about financial acceleration. And talking about career acceleration is not equals to financial acceleration. Everybody is shocked. Yes, because a lot of us, we think career growth is promotion. But I want to shock you that career growth is not promotion. Your promotion is a financial acceleration. When you get promoted, what happens? Most of the time, you earn more. But promotion will lead to career acceleration when there is a growth to your developmental activities, when there is a better enriched role. So if you are doing the same thing and you've been promoted, you basically have what? A financial acceleration. But when you do more, then you are talking about career acceleration. So that's first of all, I want us to understand that difference, because a lot of times what we struggle for is actually the financial acceleration. And I will always tell you that financial career acceleration will always bring about financial acceleration, but not all the time that financial acceleration will bring about career acceleration. So as a woman, we need to be deliberate. I'm going to share my story with you. And I remember when I was going to transition from one organization to another, and I'm not even talking about Premium Trust, my earlier career days. And I realized that I was given a higher grade, but on a lower salary. How many of you will take that? I'm sure nobody. I saw Jessica say, a lot of us will say no to that, but I took it. And I'll tell you why. Number one that I've learned in career is leadership. I went with a leader that I could trust, even when I had a lower financial return. Because I've understood that when you have the right leadership and the right platform, it's a longer and more stable reward. But a lot of us, we are cut short in our short-term reward. And that's what happened. And I took that step, and I remember when I went to her and said, man, look at what they're giving me. Then I was going to earn 8 million, and the organization I was leaving offered me 12 million. I'm like, I'm going to be stupid. A 4 million, it was a lot of money. And she was like, do you trust me? And I said, yes. And I asked her one question. I said, why are you taking me along? Is it because you like me as a good friend, I'm your partner, or because of my competence? Said, because you have what you're going to add value, the value you're going to add there. And today that's the journey. Because if I never took that chance, I would never have this opportunity today. She gave me a bigger platform. And that is career acceleration. So a lot of you, when you want to make decisions, and also I'm going to talk about, one of my mentees, which is Busayo. Busayo was working in Evercare before she joined Premium Trust. And she heard about me and said, I've heard a lot about you, I want to work with you. And I said, well, you don't have any financial background. You've never worked in the bank. I'm going to discount that, and I'm going to give you a lower grade and a lower. When I said, it's fine with me. And I was shocked. I thought that would push her away. And for a long time, she kept calling me, said, I will take it because I want to learn. And I think one of the biggest decisions was to have her work with me because she's such a wonderful, wonderful lady. And I told myself that whatever it takes, I'm going to give this lady a bigger platform. And that is career acceleration. So I'm giving you live examples. So it's not about talks today. It's about us understanding as a woman, how do I make that career step? How do I move forward in my career? And it's not just about money for me. Because there's something special about us. I always believe as a woman, money is usually not our problem. I've been doing HR for a while, and I can tell you that usually I have a lot of my GTs here. Hello, guys. And when I do my GTs, hardly you will see the ladies at the top. You see more ladies in class than men. When we see the result of those excelling, there are more ladies. Usually when I do interviews, I see more ladies excelling. That means we have what it takes. So what is limiting us is us, the society, the macro system. They've always told us we can't do it. We all have our stories. Go and be a wife. I've had that before. What are you doing? Go and marry. What are you doing? What's all this nonsense you are doing? It's a lot of the social vices that has kept us here. But we have men that do believe in us. And I think we have one of them. We have a lot of them in the house today. And in addition, thank you. Happy to see you here. We have our MD. We have men that give women platforms. But when we have the opportunity of the platform, what do we do with it? Sometimes I've seen a lot in career where you see women are the one that makes it tough for women. They'll tell you, I know what I went through. When I had my children, I know how I struggled. And you are now saying, why must you? Why must you? Why, you are pregnant. And I remember when someone told me that, pregnant ladies can't be employed. Why? Pregnancy is not a disease. It's not. Because we are pregnant doesn't mean we can't work as hard. I have a lot of pregnant women and I see them, punching the numbers. Being a woman makes us special. And we must take advantage of who we are. Because let me tell you something, the capability that we have, no man has it. We can do so many things at the same time. We are the only one that can successfully integrate life with work. There is no work-life balance. I'm going to be sincere with you this morning. We need it to accelerate your career, but you need to understand that it's integration. You can't balance it. You have to live it together. You heard about Tommy's story. That's integration. I have my baby, but I have to go to class. See, you need to define your platform. You need to define who you are. Because it's what you define yourself is what people see you as. I always say something to myself. If you give me the floor to sweep, the floor will be the most important duty and role. Because I will sweep it as if the floor matters more than the floor. In your role, how does it matter? How do you enrich and enlarge what you do? How do you give it your whole heart? Women, we give life to things. How do you give your role life? Are people excited to call you? Or the moment they are thinking about reaching out to you, everybody's sad. Oh my God, Do you have answers? Do you thrive? Do you thrive when you see other tribes? We are elements of emotions filled with love. Do we feel our atmosphere with love? When people come in contact with you, how do they feel? Networking, we are here today. Do you build network? Your network has to be both internal and external. Sometimes when I have to go to Wesco, I will go to my ED and say, Ma, we are going there. Oh. I'll tell her, you have to, this is my plan, no. I'll go to Idishino, this is my plan, no. Because what? I need their voices. Networking. In your role, who do you network with? How do you make the next guy seated right beside you? How do you make them feel? It's all part of your career. Because let me tell you something. In that corridor of power, a voice is going to speak for you. What would they say? Or she's just all looks and nothing else. We are more than powder. I hate to see us just in our pretty faces, because we are way more than a pretty face. We are intellectual beings. We are full of emotions, of wisdom, emotional intelligence. Nobody has it like us. And do you know something? Do you know why we thrive? A lot of us thrive because of EI. You can't, as a career woman, as your technical competence is growing, your emotional intelligence must grow. It's very important. And that is what we can win in the market space. Because when they can carry the heavy things, we can do the deeper thoughts. When they can do the hard things, we can do the softer things and do it perfectly. As a woman leader, how are you? How do you enhance your team? How do you make them feel? People working with you, are they looking forward, coming to work every morning? I'm not saying don't demand accountability. If you work with me, I'm one of the toughest bosses you can work with. I demand accountability. But I make sure I'm in front of that accountability, giving you all the platform to make you successful. How many women have you been able to push up? So in career, don't let us just think about money. Let's think about enriching lives, inspiring others, influence your space, make a change constantly. And at the end of the day, when you look back, I've always categorized career into 3 spaces, and I'll round up with this. I categorize into pay, check, passion, and purpose. We are all in one platform of our career. Some of us, we are here for money, paycheck. And I understand, we just started our career, we need the money. We need to pay house rent, we need to look good. It's not about the money, but you have to transition beyond the money to passion. What drives you? What do you love doing? Will you do what you do without being paid? If you can't answer that question, that means you are still on paycheck. And it doesn't matter what your grade is or how long you've been doing the work. And then the last thing is purpose. If this job is about purpose for you, it's about influencing, it's about inspiring, it's about creating platform, then you've just gotten to the niche of your career. So never be persuaded or dissuaded by the financial impact of career. But the most important is how much, I was watching this MTN advert and said, mad. Said, make an impact, make an influence, inspire someone today, and let's accelerate action together. Thank you.
Thank you very much, CPO, for that heartwarming speech. I feel inspired every time I hear you speak. I just want to put that out there. So our second speaker would be Edie Buki. Please put a hand.
Thank you. Thank you to our visitor, Tommy. It was an inspiring presentation, and I believe we all learned from it. I'm sure most of you don't hear me talk. I'm a very private person, but somebody said yes. Okay, but the topic today is accelerating growth through agriculture. And you'll be wondering why that topic. I'm sure everybody, you can't live without food. Food is very important to human race. And so food, not just food. In Tommy's presentation, she spoke a lot about food. She told us about things we can do as a group, as women. You plan because you know agriculture is seasonal. You know when it is time to harvest. You know when it's time to plant. You know when things are scarce. So for example, by the time you are getting into May, June, A basket of tomato that you're buying now for very cheap will start entering ridiculous amounts, prices. So agriculture is very key to any economy, no matter the country in this world, is important. In Nigeria, let's bring it down to Nigeria, is one of the highest contributors to GDP. It's about 20-something%. And it's also the largest employer of labor. It provides over 60% of labor, because it's not everybody that goes to the office. Most of the people farm in the farms, and they are the ones that provide the food that we eat in the country. So it's the largest provider of labor. In that 60%, women are also involved. You have about 60% of them, of that population, being women. And it has been said that women are very good farmers. Why are they very good? They are very resilient. They are people who you put money in their hands, they will always repay back. So agriculture is very important to a nation, and it's also important to the women fold. There's something you call farm to food, farm to fork. You plant what you eat, and you can also eat what you farm. We're talking about healthy living. There are so many, the food that is being produced is full of all sorts of chemicals and so many things. But do you know that you can plant the food you eat yourself? The technology has improved agriculture. There are so many things you can do. You can have a farm. You can even use the back of your house as a farm. And you plant tomatoes, you plant your vegetables, and you plant it with organic fertilizer, not with chemical fertilizer. So you know what you are putting into your body. And that's why you see that in the European countries, the American countries, they talk about sustainability and traceability, because they want to know the source of the food that their people are eating. They want to know, they want to be able to trace it, to say XYZ planted it, XYZ is exporting. And in Nigeria, agriculture was our mainstay before oil came in the past. And that agriculture was the largest provider of foreign exchange for us as a country. But the moment we discovered oil, we abandoned agriculture and continued with oil. But now, we are going back into the agri sector. Foreign exchange, everything in Nigeria is priced against the foreign exchange. And that has made price of foodstuff so expensive. We can plant here in Nigeria, and we can plant what we eat. We don't even have to import. And government policy is an enabler in agriculture. Yes, agriculture is now, there's a lot of factors that affect challenging the sector. One major factor, for example, is what? Security. You go and plant, they kill people in the field. So that has caused a lot of, and that's why they are talking about food insecurity now. We don't have enough, because what they are planting, people that plant, when they get to the farm, they will kill them. And so the farmer population is gradually thinning down because of insecurity. Another challenge has been the cost of inputs. Cost of the seed, cost of the fertilizer, cost of everything. And then access to finance. So all those things are factors that affect the agri sector. But it is not a limitation, because we must eat and we must find a way around it. So what can we do? At the back of your house, do you know you can take a sack, all these sacks, this cement, backhoe for cement, you can put it at the back of your house, put soil, and you can use it to plant yam. You plant yam, put the stick inside, and do you know you can feed yourself and your family throughout the year? There are so many things you can do. You can plant the vegetables, the okra, you can do a lot of things, and you will know what you're doing. Tommy talked about investments. When MD spoke yesterday about, yes, I think it was CPO that mentioned the cooperative. is something we can also do in the bank. Where, yeah, so where we as women of Premium Trust Bank put money together, own a farm. She spoke about buying land. And we plant on that farm, harvest, our men will buy from us. Hallelujah. I said hallelujah. Yes, sorry about that. And anytime I hold the microphone, that means I'm about to preach. So, so, you know, these are things that we can do. We can come together, plant, and do things. I also have a group of people, because they know I'm into agriculture, they ask me, what are the opportunities in this space? I tell them there's opportunities, and they know that once it's January, they'll be the ones reminding me, oh yeah, book you. Our money is ready. Help us invest. And I help them invest. We buy inputs. We buy farm inputs. Buy fertilizer, buy this. And we buy it when it is low. And then when it's time for the season, for example, they sell. And they make their money. They make what they will get more than what they even put if they put it as fixed deposit, even at 20, whatever percent. So I have people like that look up to me and say, oh, help us put this in something, and I put it in the sector, and they have seen their monies grow over time. So we can start up even a poultry. We can start a poultry. The broiler we eat in the restaurants, the chicken we eat in the restaurants, you rear them for 6 weeks. At the end of 6 weeks, you sell. We can have a cooperative. 6 weeks, we rear it, sell it. In fact, all those eateries, you sell to them, and we get our investment. It's also an investment opportunity. You know, you sell. There's one area that the government, I think, allows, or any organization allows you to do something is agriculture. I think you are allowed to invest in a farm or do something around farming. They don't see it as something that is allowed, I think, by law. I think you can farm. So with your job, it's allowed. So because it's also going to help availability of food. So there are so many things we can do together as women. You plant. You are the person who cooks in the house. You know how much money, how much food is in the market. You can save by producing what you eat. And all these crops that you see, some are just 3 months to grow. Tomato is 3 months. Most of them, everything is corn, they are all 3 months. The only ones that are long are things like cassava, cocoa, and everything. And even in those ones too, commodity trading is also another thing. We export a lot of our commodities from Nigeria overseas. Nigeria is, I think, number 2, 3 producer of cocoa. And cocoa commands high price in the international markets. Our sesame is also the best in the world. Our hibiscus is the best in the world. They are all exported. And these are earnings, and that's why a lot of people went into that part of the agri value chain, so that they can earn foreign exchange. So there are so many things you can get from the sector. Accelerating growth to the sector, providing, if you do in the upstream, you know, we have the same way oil and gas is. In the agri sector is also like that. You have upstream, you have downstream. You can decide which part of that value chain. The downstream is the production, where you are adding value to whatever you produce. There are people that, even Aidi Shino here, is an agriculturist. He's a farmer. And he also adds value to the product. So you can see that it's allowed to do such farming as part of whatever you do. So you can take ordinary granules. You can take the granules, pop it up and make it something, and start selling it. There are people, a lot of companies produce. I told myself one day, I said, I can even become a big, you know, when you buy granite oil, for example, you can see Sonola, there are different brands. I said, I can have Buki oil, and people will buy it and I'll be making money. How? I don't even have to go and set up a factory to do the oil. Do you know that these people that produce the oil, they sell it to bulk traders? You can buy 15,000 liters, half a truck, and all you just need is a bottling, a bottle. You buy the plastic bottles and brand it. Before you know it, you have towing oil, and put it in the supermarket, and people will start buying. So there are so many things we can do in the sector that would empower us. There are investments that can empower you, and you do more. So she talked about collaboration. Come together. My pastor always says something about, are you a consumer or you are a producer? A producer is far better than a consumer. A consumer, you're just getting the money, you're just spending it, you don't see what it. But a producer, that money, he says you can be a salary earner. That money you are getting as salary is your seed fund. Two of you, he says 2, 3 people can come together and use it to do something productive. And you keep getting more and more. But all these things are based on what does the policy of the bank do. But these are, what does the policy of the bank say? So these are opportunities that are acceleration for growth. As a woman, don't say I'm a woman, no, the man is the one that must provide the food. Those days are past. are past. You are a co-helper in the house to do things. She talked about investing for your children. Through the sector, through agriculture, you can do a lot of things. There are so many opportunities that you can invest. Food is one thing. I met a man one day. He works in an oil company. And he said, and he has a poultry farm. So I now said, as you working in an oil company, we know money comes from oil and all those things. Why do you have a farm? He said his father told him one day that you must do a business that will give you cash flow every day. Something generating cash every day. And that he looked at everything. Which business will help me generate cash? And so he went into poultry. So every day he's selling eggs. The eggs is generating cash. And he said, after I've done this one, I can now go back now to go and start maybe a fuel station or something. But he said, this one is number one. And I learned from it truly that anything that gives you regular daily cash, and I think she also said it today, what is giving you that cash flow? What is giving you that thing that you can invest in? So accelerating growth as a woman, you can invest in the sector, you can collaborate. People will always eat. There's nothing you do, they would always eat. And if you look at all the rich people we have, they always have a food component in one of their businesses. Because one thing is certain, people will do what? Always eat. You will not drink petrol, but you will eat first before any other thing. And so it's a sector that is very important. Opportunities are bound for you. Don't say, is it only when I have a farm? No, it's not only when you have a farm. You can have that farm at the back of your hands. 2 or 3, but don't go and do the one. There is one I always tell people not to do. And she also mentioned it. All those ones I say, put 10 naira, I'll give you 20, or return of interest, or return of investment, all those stories. Me, I'm a risk-averse person. I will not do it. I'll do the ones that I can see. I buy fertilizer at 2,000. I sell it 5,000 naira. My 3,000, I'll see it. But all these ones, come and put 3 of us, we can come together, invest and do something. You know, those are things that I encourage you. But all those ones that will say, oh, do one plantation, all those monies, they never come back. 2, 3 come together, do something, have a poultry, sell to supermarket every 6 weeks. So look at how much is chicken now. Chicken is now very expensive. But you can, you know, so everything you produce, you can eat it. Everything you eat, you can produce. And it will give you money. And you are done what? Accelerated growth. And you know what you are putting into your body. Thank you.
All right, let's give it up for Idibuki. Thank you very much. I wish I had met you before I did my DFS. I would have only poetry right now. So the next speaker is going to be with us for the next 10 minutes, letting us know more about accelerating action as a woman in the tech space. Mrs. Abidemi Asumo.
Thank you. Thank you, Busayo. I'm hearing much more about you from CPO today. All right, thank you so much. Thank you, Tommy. CPO, thank you. And thank you, Idi Buki. I'll also be recognizing my Idi Shino. I've not seen him though, you know. Okay. All right. So I'm happy to be here today and really, really very excited to be doing this today. You know, the theme of this year, just like we've been hearing, accelerating action. And you know, we've heard a lot, but I want to look at it from the fact that that action, what are we going to take out of here? What exactly are we going to take out of here? And I'll relate it to what the future of work would be. We're all seated here today. I know I heard Tommy also talk about what the future of work will be, and yes. And then I want us to begin to think, what actions do we need to take? Because you know we've been doing, there's so much consciousness about IWD, I think in the last 5 years or 6 years. And I'm sure that we've not taken some certain actions. And we are taking it as a ceremony. It's going to happen again next year, March. But I want this year to be different. Because even from the team, it's about action. About all the things that we've been hearing in the last few years. And that's what I would emphasize more. Relating it to what the future of work will be using technology. So from all what we have heard about what tech will be, or what we see tech will be, and all what we are hearing about what AI will be doing, what actions do we need to begin to take? Have we started upskilling? Have we started learning, relearning, and everything we need to do about what you currently do, and whether what you currently do, whether AI will take over from what you do? But you know what they say? AI might not take over from what you do, but if you don't upskill, if you don't train yourself, it will definitely take over. Or some people, let me put it that way, that know it will take over from what you currently do. So I need you to now begin to think, that role that you play today, those opportunities that you see, have you started thinking about what you're going to do differently with that? Honestly, you know, everything you say now, you know, sometimes you're talking and then you go to your phone and then you want to read up on something else. Everything you say is as if the phone has been listening to you, is what will begin to come up on your phone. Exactly. And that's just the power of AI and technology. And so when you begin to think how intelligent technology, digital is going, you just have to keep learning, relearning every day of your life. That's the truth. And then have that sense of being able to solve a problem. You know, Tommy talked a lot about money. The people making money are the people solving problems. Not it's a problem. They will deal with it. Some other people will deal with it. If you don't solve that problem, somebody else will solve that problem and cash out. And you know, sometimes, you know, when she was reading, who was it? Was reading my, and I think about it, and I'm like, he said, 25 years in banking, 18 years this, and I'm like, yes, I celebrate myself, but I'm like, why am I not toasting of money points? You know, I reflect on that a lot. And I think about all of us that we've been in the tech space in banking, and we call ourselves fintech or whatever. And I'm like, you're in banking. What has happened? Why did somebody saw that opportunity during the cash crunch, did something different, and everybody is calling that person now? If he's, let me share an experience with you. About a month ago, I think I was in Abuja, and it was about women too. Yeah. And I think was she's included. It was Office of the Vice President that hosted it. So they called a lot of speakers and all of that. Aside the banks that came for sponsorship, the only bank that was allowed to speak, the bank MD that was allowed to speak, was Tosin of Money Points. You know, I tell my friends and I'm like, we should be closing our eyes. After many years of banking, somebody just sat down and, you know, we all, you know, we're so much used to doing things traditionally. And the people, the users, for example, the POS that sort of changed the game. CBN said, you must do it this way. We followed CBN. They put the standards for us. There was a policy document. Do it this way. Meanwhile, some of us were part of the people that put that policy document together, because CBN truly will not come out without bringing some people together to say, help us review this. And then we all agreed we'll go that route. But some people came during the cash crunch and said, we can do this thing differently. And they started thinking differently. And then also using technology to solve the problem. And they also did what? Started collaborating with banks. Oh, let's do it differently. Why can't we route it this way? CBN will tell us, oh, use one terminal ID for a POS, just for proper standardization on also. But some people notice that, oh, if I use a terminal, one terminal ID, if I need to switch to another network, I need another terminal ID to look at it. But because we're thinking traditionally, we're still looking at that one terminal ID. But what will typically happen, maybe for like the other POS, is that they were switching with several terminal ID. This doesn't work, I'll move to this. This doesn't work, I'll move. Even though they were slightly breaching policies. But it only took us. It should have taken us. You know, I feel this way because I sometimes really feel bad, to have been able to think differently too, and go and share our position with CBN to say, why don't we do it this way? Ultimately, this will happen. What is CBN's objective for insisting that we should use a particular terminal ID and not maybe several ones? Since technology can actually help us to say, because the real reason was with identification and ensuring standardization of some certain parameters. But we didn't think that way. But some people sat down and solved the problem and made things easier for everybody. Really, that was just a game changer. And they are cashing out, they are making more money, they've sort of disrupted us, and they own the game today in retail banking. That's the truth. That's the honest truth. Honest, bitter truth. So, however, like they say, it's not too late. Wherever we find yourself, or wherever anybody finds yourself at any point in time, we are going back with what actions do we need to take so that this does not become a ceremony. In our lives, what are the things that you need to change that will make a change? What problem do you see on your desk today that you know that if you solve, you will be a star? What solutions are you going to be proffering for some of the problems that you have seen? How are you going to ensure that in terms of technology, in terms of artificial intelligence, you have the right knowledge to get ready for what the future is? And the future is actually now. The future is today. For me, in terms of my journey and how it relates to what we are doing today, I strongly believe in the power of networking and collaboration and partnerships. I'm big on networking. Wherever I go to, I make sure, make 5 friends. And so that's part of the action of being intentional. Not 5 friends that you will just say, oh, they said we should make 5 friends, and you laugh, you smile, and then take a picture with that person. When you take a picture with that person, one of these days you see that one of them or so is doing something. Tag the person on your social media because you have the picture of that person. Be really intentional about networking because it will take you to a lot of places. Collaboration and partnership has helped a lot of people in the fintech space. So sometimes a lot of them, you just wonder how they are able to come up with new solutions, and bam, they are out there. And it's because they have a mindset of not doing it alone. That's the truth. They have a mindset of not doing it alone. They are partnering with one institution or the other. And that's why you see them today saying, we are now in Ghana. We are now in a lot of African countries now. Because they've identified a fintech who probably has the same mindset, the same value system as they themselves, and they go partner with that person, or they have similar solutions, and both parties are winning. That's one thing we also do not do. And as an individual too, and ladies, please, let's win together. Let's win together. You will gain more doing that. So, finally for me will be that do not forget that I'm going back to learning, and that will be around artificial intelligence. If you've not done anything on that, you don't need to pay nowadays for some certain things. Just go online. Please don't miss this. I've started though. I've done like 3 courses in artificial intelligence. Everything you are doing, AI will, there's some interface of, in fact, before 2030, AI would have taken almost over everything. You see, the musicians today are complaining. Almost every sector. Because you can think of something and just put it down. AI can compose that music in a way. You see, what's her name? Vicky James. You think all of those things is just, it's not too. Go and check some of the tools that they now use for designing. It is AI driven. Robots, they say, will do a lot of things for us. You know, when I talk to my kids, and I said, oh, you are not doing this. I've told you in my days. They just say, Mommy, chill now. They just say, Mommy, chill now. That's we are not even looking forward to all these things that you are saying you do manually or everything like that. That they will use their time for other things to make money. The power of creativity. Please don't miss that too. Creativity. That's one of the things that will change the future too. Because AI might not be that intelligent to do some certain things, even in terms of emotional intelligence too. AI doesn't have it. It can put up a lot of things, but and so you need to begin to look at things that will do what that AI cannot do. So we also now to AI thinks is going to be smarter than us. So some people are right there thinking about the things AI cannot do. Let's go back, let's reflect again, and let's agree that today that we are going in 2025 is about accelerating action. And that's, we are taking back today that by the time we are meeting next year, some of those things that we did not do, or we have decided, or we have made up our mind to do, I'm sure you won't forget a lot that I've said around AI and how you need to train and retrain yourself, upskill around artificial intelligence. Thank you very much.
Before I let the next speaker speak, she said something that was very pertinent about action. And before we leave here today, each and every one of us is going to pick an accountability partner as part of the exercise we have today. And we are going to, by the time we're through with today, you're going to write 5 things you're going to do, before 2025 ends, and you're going to share with us. My team, employee services, is going to reach out to you, and you're going to share with us and your accountability partner. It doesn't really have to do about work. It could be about your life and what you're just doing for. It's just for we women to support us as we accelerate our action. So it's not just all talks, but actions are taken. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Madam Bidemi, for that insightful contribution. So as she mentioned, the world is evolving. AI is the future. However, we know that, yes, there is possibility for AI to take over a lot of spaces right now, a lot of jobs and all that, but AI cannot do what you can do as a person, and that is thinking emotionally. AI is only just logical thinking and all that, logical reasoning, and that's where the human factor comes in place. So don't fret. No computer is going to take over your job. Just, you need to upskill and, learn more. So for our next speaker, is our guest speaker. She will be Miss Tomi Balogun.
Okay, so I think closing remarks, right? Because you've heard a lot from me already. I'm sure you're tired of hearing from me. And everybody on this stage has spoken, amazing truth. That's what I would say in terms of career acceleration, in terms of agriculture being a powerful tool, and in terms of tech, right? If you think about it, when you think about value in the marketplace, think about the richest men in the world right now. Think about the richest men in the world. What makes them the wealthiest men in the world is simply because they are providing a solution to the most number of people. Honestly, it's that simple. Jeff Bezos, it's Amazon. 300 million people shop on Amazon every month. Of course you'll be rich. Elon Musk is electricity. He's providing electricity vehicles. It's the power of the batteries. It's not really the car. A lot of other car manufacturers also uses batteries, right? So of course he has created a billionaire company. If you think about Bill Gates, right? Everybody uses Microsoft. You use Microsoft Word. So when you're thinking about a product or a solution, right? I think that you should try and move away from small thinking. They always say start small, right? But think big. Nobody's saying that you have to start big. Start somewhere, think big. And of course, there's the power of collaboration. So even as you think about your ability to earn, and I really love the words they've shared with you here, if you're thinking about agriculture, easy way to earn FX income. Very easy, right? If you think about the cash crops, I have a mentee, she's in Abuja, and she told me that she went to find some of her friends. They figured out how to aggregate cashew. They shipped it, and she made $20,000. That girl is 25 years old. Yes, right? And she works 9 to 5. It's not a full-time job, right? And I was just amazed about the strength to just go. She found someone in Kogi State, found someone in Abuja. I'm like, okay, come, we're going to do this business together. Like, just tell me how we're going to build this together. And then when we talk about tech, my son, he's 12 years old. The other day I was watching him. He would just tell ChatGPT, give me a test in chemistry or give me a test in this thing. And then when he answers the questions, he tell me why I failed this and how to not fail it the next time. He's using it to study for his exams, and that's how he's using it. A 12-year-old. So if 10, 12-year-olds are using AI, what's going to happen to the rest of us that are here? They're going to outdo us, outskill us, because they are natives. They're using this technology like it's air. They don't even think about it, right? And the way they think about earning income is very different because they understand the use of digital platforms that have been built for them. We speak about YouTube, we speak about social media. My son edits videos on YouTube like crazy. The other day he was telling me all the things I was doing wrong on YouTube. That's a 12-year-old. Why? He's studied it, he has done it, right? He understands it, right? So I'm even learning from him. So he'll tell you that I want to be a YouTuber, I want to be an engineer, and I want to be a footballer. He knows exactly the three things that are earning money, right? My daughter as well, she's drawing portraits, like I said. It's just understanding that, look, the younger generation are natives already, so you cannot afford to not outskill yourself because you also have to mentor them in areas. So I would say, to round up, at the end of the day, it's everything we've all said. It all starts and ends with you. Take responsibility for your life. Take responsibility for the value you bring to the marketplace. And take responsibility for your ability to create wealth. Thank you.
All right, thank you very, very much. So just to put it out there that right after this session, we'll be having a tea break, which is long overdue. So we'll be stepping over to the back. They are making preparations for us. But before then, so we'd like to... Okay. So before then, we would like to get everyone to start making their your questions, rather. Please start putting your questions together for... our speakers sitting here with us. You can signify by raising up your hand if you have questions. So I've seen Ekemini, Lily. Who else? Okay, so we will start with Ekemini.
Thank you very much. I just want to appreciate our panel because these are top women that are in our industry, and they're really paving the way for us youths that are coming up. My question is to either of them. So I just want to ask, I just recently transitioned to tech, and not to say that I'm not confident, but there have been times that I've doubted myself. There are times that I've had like an imposter syndrome. Like, am I really making the right move? Am I actually, going in a direction that I'm supposed to go to? So how do you deal with that as a woman? How do you take yourself out of that mind frame and say, okay, this is me, this is what I can do, and this is what I have to offer? How do you navigate that space? Thank you.
So what you just did is called career transitioning, and I think I was excited when you started the journey, and it's great. And I think we need more women in tech to join a wonderful BDME. And I think the first thing for me that you've done, you for you to take that step was something you wanted. I also transitioned from operations to HR, so I understand the journey, and I know that it's a circle. So you have the storming. That's where you're going right now, and you're going to go through the numbing. So it's normal that you feel that way. Feel okay that you feel that way. There's nothing wrong you feeling that way. It's normal. That's the first thing. Then the next thing you need to know is that then what do I do? You need to build skills in your new career right now. You need to deliberately build the skill. Don't wait for the organization. I think one of the biggest things I did for myself was I went for my master's at Cranfield at Human Resource. I actually have a BSc Finance and Banking. That's what I did. And it was after I transitioned to HR that I felt I needed to build skills because I was feeling that way too. And I felt I was fish out of water. And I actually went for my master's in international human resource at Cambridge, Cranfield. Thank you. Because I actually went for another course at Cambridge, and that was actually on digital transformation. And so it's very important that you build your skill. That's number one. Then number two is you have to now pick a mentor in that team. It doesn't have to be the head of the team. You do peer mentoring. That's what we call, and we're starting that. It's called skill mentoring. So people that do have the skill that you want to develop, that should be your best friend. I have a skill I have people that are actually in HR. I have them. And when I have a challenge, I call them. At least I have about 4 HR head of other banks that we talk at least once a week. Yes. Because I learn from them and they learn from me. And you see us on Saturdays, one Saturday a month, we sit down and we challenge each other with whatever is going on. So you need that. And then you have to be open to feedbacks. It's very important. And so some may not sound so nice because not all of us that knows how to give that right feedback. But you have to be open to it because no feedback is bad. It's how you see it. Because even if it's a lie, it's an opportunity for you to grow. If I come to you and tell you, Kemini, you are ugly, I mean, it's a terrible feedback. It's not true because you're very beautiful. But what happens? You're conscious and you make yourself more beautiful. So no feedback is bad. So never say no to feedback. Then another thing, you should set goals. What do you want from that career in 5 years' time, in 10 years' time, in 3 years' time? Be specific. Write it down. Run with it. And finally, I'll tell you that have a leader, apart from your peer mentor, that you look up to. You know, Tommy said something. You don't need to, it doesn't have to be in the space. It could be online. Listen. Create that leadership affiliation. And that you have somebody you are looking up to. Maybe it's Bill Gates. One day you want to have your own Microsoft, Lady Soft or something. Have something that drives you. And then you have to be resilient and persistent. Because you're going to get fed up. You're going to get bashes. You're going to fall, but you must get up again. And that's where winners comes from. I'm sure all of these ladies, they tell you the stories of what they've gone through in their career. Everybody has been told, maybe this should not start. Because some of our stories are quite, so yes. And today, she's an executive director. So you must be resilient. You must be able to take it. And then make sure that for every challenge that you face, adjust and adapt. Make sure you are transitioning. Make sure that the Tommy that is here today is not the Tommy that will be there tomorrow. You must. And it starts from, so as for me, changes start from physical. I work on my physical, I work on my emotional, I work on my spiritual. Keep transitioning. And then that's make sure that you keep getting better. Thank you. Hope that helps.
Thank you very much, CPO. So our next question will come from Lily. Okay.
Hello, good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon to our lovely guests. Good afternoon, Idishina, my fellow colleagues. Okay, my question is this. So there is this school of thought. There is this narrative that is going on that is actually for Mrs. Tommy, right? That anyone who tells you that they've become rich by having multiple streams of income, the person is lying. That you can only become rich by staying focused on what you do, getting better, and investing your whole energy, your whole time and everything in what you do. That having multiple streams of income is kind of distracting. So I want your comments on it, like what you think. It's just saying, do I just, like, if I trust and believe in this bank, putting like my whole energy, my whole effort, my whole everything in getting better in what I do as a banker and my career, can I get to that height of financial freedom I want? Or I have to have multiple businesses, I have to have multiple things I'm doing at the same time, like owning a farm and everything. So yeah, thank you.
Okay, before Tommy speaks to it, let me tell you that you can get to where you want to get to doing what you're doing. I rose from ET or BO to who I am today on that one stream of being a banker and doing whatever I was doing. Do you understand? So it's not the multiple streams of income. Those ones come maybe much later. Do you understand? But if you are diligent in what you're doing, you would rise. And as you rise, you're, of course, going from one level to another, your income increases. And it is not a distraction that, oh, because I do multiple streams of income, you can get to where you're going to with that same job. So, for example, I rose through the ranks by doing my job. But what do you do with your job, like what CPU said? Do you just do it as, and they gave me work to do? Or you are doing it because you want to make impact? You want to make a difference? You want to do something different? So I think what changed my own career along the ride was I was in risk management, and the bank said, oh, we want somebody to come and head the agri sector. And I looked at myself, I said, all the other banks have gone in this thing. Where are we just going to start and everything? And I took up the responsibility. And I told myself, what do I want to achieve? Am I going to take it and say, oh, I can't do this thing? Or I challenge myself, and I do it. And I challenged myself. I said, I want to be the number 5 bank in the next, I can't remember how many years I put it. In the next maybe 5 years, I want my bank to be top 5, if they are calling this sector. And I started doing everything I needed to do, and God was helping me. And before I knew it, I didn't reach 5 years at all. Maybe by the 3rd year, I was now relevant in the sector. In fact, it got to a stage that even the banks that were doing it before now started looking for, Bookie, please come and tell us, come and teach us. And to the regulators, I will speak. I'll get to audience, I will talk, and before you knew it, my institution, like CPO said, gave me a platform, and I used the platform. A platform has been given to you. Use it. Tell yourself you want to be the best, you want to do this, you want to do that. You will grow. When it comes to income, it's not that I set out to say, let me do 3, 4, 5 jobs and things will come. Along the way, the opportunities will come, you do it and you move on. It's not something that can you get to your peak by doing this one thing? The answer is yes. Be determined, be diligent, be resilient. Before you know it, you become an industry player, and you will grow and you will turn it to something even more than what you aimed it to be. And today, the things I did, somebody else has taken over, and they are moving it forward. I wrote specifics, what I wanted to do, year 1, year 4, and when I got to the last thing I wanted to do, my MD said, oh, Bookie, let us calm down a bit. You are moving like he said, we are not ready for it yet. And when he was ready, I said, Bookie, I'm ready for you to go and do that one thing you wanted to do. And in my heart, I said, if I do this one thing, I will have settled my life. I will have been fulfilled. And he gave me he said, go ahead now. And by going ahead, we just went to another level. You can get to wherever you went. Who would have thought that being head of Agric will make me who I am today? But he gave me a platform. Thank you.
Okay, so, her story is just a fantastic example to what I always call mastery. See, it's a Gen Z thing to be everywhere, moving everywhere these days. You want to do 1,000 jobs just because, like I said, the goal is just making money. Remember I said money is a means to an end. And remember the first thing I said about skills. Now, mastery is very critical on your journey to creating wealth. And as you consider, that journey, that's a great story, the way she shared about growing in a certain field. She grew in risk management. And if you think about it, it was very critical in agriculture, risk management. So that mastery was fantastic. And she also had clear goals. So you have to be a master of something. It's called 10,000 hours in something. I don't know if you heard about 10,000 hours principle. Be a master in something. Be known for something. Create proprietary knowledge about it. Set ground-changing, industry-changing goals and let people know that this is who you represent and that's what you stand for. And guess what? When you're known as a master in something, or you're known as being very skilled in something, or you have solved a fantastic problem, you attract more income, right? Remember, it's about the value you bring to the marketplace. So focus on mastery. So you have to think about, what are the skills that I want to build myself in? And honestly, sometimes don't overthink it, right? So for instance, if I were to share my own story quickly, when I was working in telco, right? Immediately after my MBA, I was on Young Leaders Program, reporting directly to the CEO. And I just had this, I wanted to learn how to do better with my money, right? And I started a personal finance blog. It was just me writing. But now I realize that by writing, I would go and find out, try things with myself by writing. I was building mastery in those things. And then eventually, because I had done an investment club over a period of time with my friends, one day I shared the story and everybody's asking, oh, tell us how you started an investment club. Tell us. And I sat down and I said, okay, you know what? I did the research and I saw that if you go online, you learn about investment clubs in the US, investment clubs in the UK, but in Nigeria, it's a very different ballgame. And I started to, think about the experiences my friends and I had. 5 of us started an investment club. And I created a proprietary, proprietary knowledge around it. I created a framework around it. And then I wrote a book. Of course, when you put out your knowledge in that kind of way and you write a book or some sort of ebook or some sort of white paper or something, it makes you look like an expert in something, right? So I sat down and I said, look, in this part, and honestly, just being in Nigeria is a great opportunity for you. Just say that in the emerging markets in Nigeria, this is how we do it, and I've done this for 5, 6, 7, 10 years. It just makes you show that you have mastery in something. But please don't go out and say something you don't know, because Gen Z people, they have, they just go on Twitter and everybody's an expert in something. Please build mastery. And then I wrote the book about it, put the book on Amazon. Guess what? It was the best-selling in the crowdfunding category when it was released on Amazon. Ooh. And that's my claim to fame. I'm an Amazon best-selling author, right? But that book opened up doors to me in a way that I couldn't even have imagined. So people from Australia started reaching out to me, from London, from US, from UK, from Kenya, from Ghana, because I decided to write down something I had done for 5 years. And that's another thing. A lot of the books you are reading today, somebody somewhere just sat down and said, let me document what I know. And then that person is known as a master in something. So build the mastery first. Don't be quick to come out without substance. Do it. Have practical experience. Build the mastery, right? Put out something that shows that you're a master in something. Some white paper, don't just go on social media and just be writing whatever you like. Write something about your skills, what you're learning, and build that. And then also know where to evolve. Know when to evolve. So it didn't take long for me to realize that, in fact, just the past 2 years with AI, anybody can go to AI and ask questions about personal finance and everything. They don't need to come to me anymore, right? And I started to evolve and say, okay, what do I want to continue to grow in and still be known as an expert in? And I looked back on the last decade of my life, because last year I turned 40. And I look back at the last decade, right? And I realized that in the last decade, the times that I have achieved the most were the times that I stepped out of my comfort zone. Right? And as I think about the next decade, right? Okay, so I have to be open to accepting to step out of my comfort zone. And I realized I'd become comfortable where I was. So I started to look back at all my experiences and I started to document them. And I went to AI and I said, tell me how to document this in a way that will open me up to a new level in my expertise. I asked ChatGPT questions. I asked ChatGPT that question. I said, look, I put my profile. This is my current profile. This is my years of experience. This is what I am known for. Tell me in terms of your ability to think about what will be required in the future and what I should be positioned myself in. And I said, I also want to position myself for thought leadership. I want to position myself for board seats and governance. And ChatGPT gave me, this is the profile you need to build. And I said, okay, based on this profile, tell me the things I need to do in the next decade. He said, this is things you need to do. What courses do I need to go for? This is what you need to go for. What do I need to do this year? He told me what I need to do this year. That's a plan, right? So that's also knowing that I built mastery in something, but I want to evolve and I want to continue to be known as a master in something, and I'm evolving thought leadership, board governance. I want to sit on boards, but then I also have to understand that I need to build a new skill, or I need to build myself up in that area. So it's constantly evolving, but knowing that you have something that is, remember, risk management into agriculture, there was something that I had built mastery in. And based on that, my current profile, I'm asking ChatGPT, how do I evolve into that? And ChatGPT is saying, this is it. You're going into private fund syndication, you're going into big. So now I'm thinking my goal is I want to sit on a $1 billion fund. And I'm like, okay, here we go. Yeah, it's massive. I don't know how I'm going to do it, but I know that I'm working towards that.
All right. Well, she said something and I think is a takeaway for all of us. Because I think as an organization, I've been struggling for my people to document you're laughing. To document their goals, document their their challenges, document their learnings. I've not been able to get. How many of you said, apart from my mentee that we work together, I'm not sure any of you submitted any. Mama Chia, how many of them submitted? All my graduate trainings. None. And even a lot of times when we want to have interviews, and I'll tell them to document the objective of your roles. I'm sure it's part of learning that we do. The one that we submit for the objective of roles, we hardly get it. She has given the answer, ChatGPT. Please, talk to ChatGPT, AI. Get this information. So I'm going to go back. Mama Chi, where's Mama Chi? Please. Okay, please. They have to go back and submit those things.
Let me just give you a template question. So take your current CV, right, and all your years of experience, and say, ChatGPT, this is my current CV. This is who I want to be in 5 years. Tell me exactly, the kind of profile I want to be in 5 years, or even give examples. What are the things I need to work on in the next 5 years? And what are the things I need to work on in the next 12 months? What are the roles I need to be seeking for? And it will give you the answer. Honestly, you don't need to do too much thinking.
So just to add again to what she has said, I remember when I was leaving my former place, one of my directors called me and said, Buki, write a book about yourself. I will sponsor it, I'll do. But I didn't do it. And now, what she said now is something we can start doing. Yeah. Okay. And just to add just one more point, Lily, the streams of income we are talking about, like you said, it will come at, when you've built mastery. And that's why on your job, you will see opportunities, your eyes will open to see things. But it doesn't mean that you have to maybe be distracted to do something. But that's why you find that a lot of people, when they leave the bank, because they were not programmed, or they didn't take advantage of what they were seeing on their jobs, they don't know what to do when they leave. So if you're on the job, you would see your eyes will open, you are writing credits, your eyes will open, but it doesn't mean you have to use it now. A time will come when you will need to use those things, and it is what you have learned from the job that would help you do those things. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much, our beloved speakers. So I think we'll draw the curtain to this session so that we can go on a tea break, and right after we come back, yes, we're going to take pictures, yeah, while that is going on. So thank you very much. Can we give it up for them once again? Okay, so please, can you help take pictures of our...
I know feel like you, I know that we go, want to fly to Puerto Rico, oh my love. I gotta want you, let me remind you.
Cheers with our senior leaders.
Oh baby, I do for you. Baby, that's my number. I'm out.
Orderly fashion to get our brunch. So they are waiting for you at the back. So please, let's help ourselves.
I live my life in we take the floor. Nothing is forbidden anymore. Don't let the world in outside. Don't let a moment go by. Bailamos, let the rhythm take you over. Bailamos. As the journey unfolds, I see that music is taking me higher. Now since I don't know, say no be by my power. I'm making a headway. I'm selling my person my way. I'm different style. I'm related to grace and glory. And not to show them how I and I could be around I'm a portion of your way. Oh, see, mama, want my share. They pass let's get it. They pass oh, and I could be around I'm a portion of your way. Oh, see, mama, want my share. They pass
Every little thing that they do to me, it's sweet to me for body. She a love me feel for me. Wow, 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 wow. Get your bullet, make her go crazy. I'ma get say you sure for me. Say make her withdraw money. Oh, Roma, no go down good. Make her carry your luggage. I define you for this. For this, I no trouser fit to contain. Your body not baggage. She know see I'm falling for love. Overdose me, your love they overdose me. Now you, I want me love you waiting for lolo. Overloading, I'll be overloading. Your bank account, money plenty, tell me the amount.
No one told me love would taste like this. Got my money in my pocket like this. Bitcoin get my wallet like this. Please tell me that my knowledge like this. Follow God, I know they follow man. But you, I might have to consider. Trips to LA taking photos. You sign by me, then it's an autograph.
Live to die another day for you, baby. Quit my Casanova ways for you, baby. The only time that you say that you hate me is when I take the last slice of pastry. Now I'm on the run. Loving you till kingdom come, but you drive me crazy. Send someone, still my billboard baby. My number one, see they be. Mama, you did, I mean like by me. I just wanna be there when you need me. Baby, now your matter, I did sing all day, yeah. Overdosing, body overdose. I'ma say you carry overload, and you know you bad like commando, yeah. Roma, no go down good. Make a body your luggage. I define you for this. For this, I no trouser fit to contain. Your body not baggage. She know see I'm falling. Every night and day, I dey happy say you come my way. I'm a nobody better, now I have something to say. I say you are the sunshine in my life. Oh mama, I tell you everything go there fine. Oh mama di mama, oh mama di mama, mama di mama di mama, oh mama di mama, mama di mama di mama, oh mama di mama, mama di mama di mama, mama di mama, mama di mama. Mama, without you, if I don't lost. Now you be our guardian angel and say as you make me the blood. Oh, mama di mama, I no go lie for you. Nobody fi come chance you, eh. Now only you I see. You fulfill my love completely, eh. But sometimes in the world, life will come and come test me. Sometimes I will become thirsty, but mama will come and comfort me, eh. Mama di mama, mama di mama di mama, oh mama di mama di mama, oh mama di mama, mama di mama di mama.
Hello. Hi, everyone. So just to mention, as we are whining and dining, we still have another session. So please don't go. We still have one more session, guys. In the next 10 minutes, we should come back.
Sometimes I will become thirsty, but mama will come and comfort me, yeah. Mama di mama, mama di mama di mama, oh mama di mama.
Gina batula fa Anilo castrumuri tena No carry me for man shock them as they see me. And me, Papa Chupole, move a devil, Papa Chupole, move a devil. Papa Chupole, move a devil. Papa Chupole, devil, Papa Chupole, devil. You not go tire me. Nothing we never see. Not the fantasy. Messi Copa who Copa. Hola finally. I'm on fire.
I need your loving. So fresh, so clean. Love me in and out, unfailingly. And I'll be down now. Anytime you call me, I'll be down. I'll be down. Because I love and I love and I love and I love you only. Because I need and I need and I need and I need you more. Yeah, you know I run and I run and I run and I run. Fly, we can fly in the sky in the night. Hold me in your arms and your love in your light. I'm on your wave right now. I'm on your wave right now. Yeah. I'm on your vibe now. You got me on your side now. Yeah. I'm on your wave right now. Yeah. If not you, then I don't wanna know. I don't want no story. Day and night is unconditional. Got me living softly. Yeah, yeah. Love me judge, love me tender. You know you love turn me up like Nepa. Anything you want and I'ma do whatever. Because I love and I love and I love and I love you only. Because I need and I need and I need and I need you more. Yeah, you know I run and I run and I run and I run. Fly, fly in the sky in the night. Hold me in your arms and your love and your life. I'm on your wave right now. I'm on your wave right now. Yeah. I'm on your vibe now. Now vibe, now vibe, vibe.
I don't charge my energy. I no get time for no enemy. To repay Pole to me. Nothing with person never see. I'm on nothing with person never see. Forget it, I say bashi. Money soon expected. Check out what body I jump. I take out to the person. Jelly, jelly. I'm in the answer, then yes sir. Then I'm in the answer, yes sir. Respect is reciprocal, even though una know say I special. Anybody, we no want to search. Anybody, we no the carry body. I can't something, I can't something. To bata fele, I can't something. You want your bed, you never walk. Should not because myself I never talk. I look you, they laugh, you go. Go. I shall no say the time go come. Mama, I know say the time go come. When you look go fit the line, oh man. Mama, life not on python. Whether you like or not, go back and me a best go pass. So yeah, keep me jack on bow. Anybody, we no want to search. Anybody, we no the carry body. I can't something, I can't something. To bata fele, I can't something. Money soon as
I love them too.
Take our body, I take her to the best.
I got something I just want. Can you get yourself inside my room? Let me take you up. Take you up. Let me take you down. Lay you down. Let me show you up. Show you up. Let me turn you on. Turn you on. Let me show you some good lo 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 lo. Lo 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 lo. Let me show you good lo 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 lo. Let me show you Go tell all your friends I love them too. I look nice but I'm not so good. got something I just wanna prove. Can you get yourself inside my room? Let me show you something, something you will appreciate. Oh, let me show you something, something you might never wanna say no. Let me show you something, something that will take away your sorrow. Let me show you something. Let me show you something.
No more in the money. Make a body go now. Give it to me sharply. Rose for me, yo. Tyler, mommy, yo. I could do this all night long. Don't go, babe. Carry me, they go, babe. Carry over, no, babe. Change it in the end about you. Don't go, babe. Carry me, they go, babe. Carry over, no, babe. Change it in the end about you. I see what you do. You put your body into it. I love the way you move it, oh. I can feel the vibration of your body moving. You put your body into it. I can see what you're doing, oh. Don't go, babe. Carry me, they go, babe. Carry over, no, babe. Change it in the end about you. Don't go, babe. Carry me, they go, babe. Carry over, no, babe. Change it in the end about you.
Girl, now you the ginger. If you know how you the cause you drop. Shit, you know go one person. Love the way you the dance, girl. I am we made you. Why they kind of fire? Mommy, be cool. Let's hop in my Maserati. Baby, hop in my Maserati. I said hop in my Maserati. Hop in my Maserati. Girl, I wanna see you go down. Yeah, say me I love the way you bend body. Hop in my Maserati, baby, hop in my Maserati, and I just wanna see you ride. Somebody needs somebody. My body, your body. I'm more check. Follow me, somebody needs somebody. My body, somebody. I'm more check. Follow me. Let me give you butterfly. Say now you didn't mesmerize me. I'm out to show to civilize. Anywhere you go, I go follow. When I up the music, make it go low. And I go give you steady on the slow. Baby, don't dull, make a finger. Shawty, I know you like to party. I'm a Trojan bunny. Show my body, shake. Yeah, baby, come on, you know, say no party. I'm gonna make you happy. Make you happy. Up in my Maserati. Baby, up in my Maserati. I say up in my Maserati. Up in my Maserati. Girl, I wanna see you go down. Yeah, say me I love the way you bend body. Up in my Maserati. Baby, up in my Maserati. And I just wanna see you go. Somebody needs somebody.
Girl, I wanna be your owner. Girl, after you came over, I don't really care if you're older. Baby, girl, rest on the shoulder. Oh no, let us go far away, miles away, far away, to a place where no one can dictate how we play. Let us go far away, miles away, far away. Oh baby, that us where no one can dictate how we play. Away, 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 away. Baby, let us fly away, 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 away. Ooh, fly away, 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 away. Fly away, oh no no. Give me proper, give me sugar, give me that. Body on touch. I thought I don't mind the pepper, them no ito, mado, kasingo, apato, pepe, I should be the I don't wanna dance it. I don't wanna dance it. You did, but another man, we are body, I know like I'm
say you fine, you know they get. Me, I know be dummy, dummy. I see you with the surgery, surgery. Anyway, me, I know go get. Not only you, I the one I swear. So don't waste time, baby, my rose. Oh yeah, cause it be you I want, it be you I they want to. I go prove my love, I go beat it all up. I don't wanna hear it. I don't wanna hear it. You live with another man. Where are you broken? I don't wanna let go because you with another man. I don't wanna hear it. I don't wanna hear it. You live with another man. Where are you broken? I wanna you live this summer. My woman, my everything. My woman, I go feel by you anything. My woman, my everything. My woman, I go feel give you anything. My woman, oh, my everything. My woman, oh, my everything. Yeah, woman you proper, woman you straight. Man a brother, your genetic traits. Waiting for you was never too late. Remember say you want the food in on the plate. Yeah, I love me indicate and it is so concrete. And me never lose faith for making you my soulmate. Get this one straight, say are you married? No matter how them yet, they can't take you any date. Do you anything, anything, anything pon the bed. First thing, early money, medicine. You want me everything, everything, everything. No me woman to me, you mean everything. My woman, my everything. My woman, I will give you anything. My woman, my everything. My woman, I will give you anything. My woman, oh, my everything. My woman, oh, my everything. Send me that.
Baby fresh on the beat and it's killing them all, of course. It's killing them all, of course. Make we scatter this place tonight. Dance and sweat till lights in a fight. We must settle this thing tonight. Yeah. Come, let us catch some feelings for night. Yeah. And if you tell me, say make a bello, bello. I don't go waste time, but to do like so. Hello, everybody me joke, this go. Hey, this loving, no be chop and go. Hey, but because of you, I get to go strong. All over. This feeling got me falling. All over. Get tired of something they do me for body, oh. All over. I make we spend this money, oh. All over. Hey, now because of you, I get to go strong. All over. This feeling got me falling. All over. Get tired of something they do me for body, oh. All over. I make we spend this money, oh. All over. This one like Gilly and Romeo. Original of Bungalow Popo. Say na me where they make them shuffle.
Spiral.
I love you,
Fine girls for my gate. Vanessa day for my place. Tolani said day for my state. But I tell all of them to come out from my face.
Hello. Hi guys. I hope we are enjoying the tea break. So we still have more. This is not the end though. There's still lunch, from one of our best vendors. And for the people fasting too, we have preparations. Look for preparations in place for you. So we'll be coming back in the next 2 minutes. So please, let's try to round up with our chicken wrap and then get back to the session. So we'll see you guys in 2 minutes.
Only fine girl in my soul. Only fine girl. Where are the charts for my phone? For my phone. If you ever leave me now, I control. No deceiving now. Holy Ghost, we control. Number one for my post. For my post.
It make us need to die.
All right, let's get back. Welcome back. Down earth to everyone. That chicken wrappers reduced our audience count too. Have they wrapped them inside the chicken? Where is everybody?
I'm at the point in life, if you understand me or not, misunderstand me or not, me, I'm okay.
So I can see Madam Abidemi, she's really lip syncing to that song. It will bring us to one of the games that we have prepared. So there is a lip sync battle, and we'd like to know, and she's already giving me that ginger already. So guys, let's have our seat so we can continue.
My body, nobody holy pass, and my happiness comes first. I never come left to stress. Yeah. I be like Terminator. I dey deliver. I pass it doctor. I be like Terminator. I dey deliver. I pass it doctor. I be like Terminator. I dey deliver. I pass it doctor.
DJ, please cue the race.
Thank you very much. So our next order of the day would be, please let's be seated. Okay, so this next speaker would be coming up stage here to tell us about this particular product designed mainly for women by Premium Trust Bank. So please join me in welcoming Azizat Idowu.
A premium applause for Azizat. Azizat is the youngest she of the she's that have spoken today. All right.
Hello everyone. Once again, I'd like to say Happy International Women's Day to everyone here. You're all super women in your own right. You're amazing people, and we are honored that you are here with us today. So in light of what has been spoken about, I'm happy to tell you that you should anticipate the launch of our women's segment named She Premium. She Premium is a segment that has numerous value propositions to women, both internally and externally. In this part, I'm referring to customers. And one of the things we're going to be bringing on board is financial literacy for women, women who are owners or subscribe to this account package. We are going to be bringing on financial advisors for them. Aside that, they have reduced loan investment plans available for them. So if they're taking loans, their interest rates are much lesser. This is Premium Trust's way of giving back to the women. And also, we're going to be having branded cards for them. You're not going to be using the usual Premium Trust ATM card. You're going to have a differently branded card, which also has its other perks that will be unveiled as soon as we launch. And then we're going to also have a segment dedicated to networking for women. As you know, as we said earlier, we have to uplift each other up. So we're going to be having a quarterly webinar series dedicated to this. So we're going to bring in new women, guest speakers that you can reach out to, that can serve as your mentors in your various businesses, in your various lives, and that can assist you with the career upliftment that you're looking towards. So please watch this space carefully. And once again, the name of the segment is She Premium. Thank you very much.
So it's about that time. It's about that time, guys. Like we mentioned while we were here earlier, that we'll be having the presence of the MD, but we've just been informed that we are going to be having Idishino and if another fire force to be here on behalf of the MD of Premium Trust Bank. So can we give him a premium applause? Yeah, so while Idishino is coming up, we just want to say a few things because he's a man of vigor. So He's a man of excellence. When I think of Idishino, I think of fried rice. You know why I think of fried rice? It has orishi inside fried rice. So he has so much incorporated in one. But it's just that he does to spoil like fried rice, but he's like fried rice. So we are happy to have you here. So we'll be your left girlfriend and right girlfriend throughout this engagement, and we'll be asking you some questions. But before we start, sir, we would like everyone in the audience to know who is Mr. Idi Shino Atilola.
Okay. Happy International Women's Day to everyone. And Emily just called me some hours ago and said, okay, you just need to help me. Join the women, join the women here and spend some time with them on my behalf. But I didn't know I would be on this side of the divide. Okay, my name is Shino Atilola. What else? I love tennis, I love family, I love God, I love people. What else?
I love Kasagari.
That's why I'm here, right? Yes. I have women all around me, and one way or the other, they've impacted me positively. I'll share just one, if I'm permitted.
Please go ahead, sir.
Good. Out of primary school, I was sent out of the house based on some certain principles. And I remember I was living from one place, one worship to the other, and going to school, secondary school, and two ladies paid for my work. Unfortunately, today I couldn't trace them again. We were secondary school mates, Rachel Odeyemi and Abiola Oguti. Without these two ladies, maybe I won't be here today. God used them to set a background for me. So when I say women are very important, they are impactful, and if you can harness what they have properly, they help your leadership. Most times men are not as emotionally intelligent as women. If you can leverage on that, it will help you as a man to grow faster and to be more impactful. Let me stop here. Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much, sir. So the leading question would be that we would like you to share your thoughts on the theme for today's event, which is Accelerate Action.
Okay. Now, the only reward for those that have spent their time to impact you is when there is result. Nigeria, we are very good with talk show. I decided to stop going to Nigeria Economic Summit Group, which is one of the highest think tank to help impact Nigeria economy positively. Like 3 times, and I realized that most of it is just talk show. People just want to show off, do the talking, I'm intelligent, I'm all of that, and there's no outcome. That's why I stopped. I love the team. The team will be impactful. You'll be result-oriented if you take 1 or 2 things from all you have heard and you can execute it. Idibuki mentioned me traveling to Agric. Yes, it's because when I attend management retreats, I organize the management retreat, and I hear the opportunities in Agric, in the education, in power, renewable energy, and year in, year out, they repeat the same thing, and we are not taking action, either as a bank or as individual. That challenged me. That led to, I was in strategy then, that led to for me to start incubating from agric to health to education to renewable energy. I started incubating it from strategy. And what better way of incubating rather than doing it myself? That's what led me to agric. That's what led me. And incubating, taking action, has given me a lot of leverage in terms of knowledge, in terms of exposure. I've enjoyed several scholarships out of the shores of this country because I was executing. I'm one of the first that used cassava waste, both the peel and the water and animal waste, to generate power, the power generator. I didn't study agric, I didn't study renewable energy. You must take action. You don't need to know. You can't have the whole knowledge. It's not possible. But take the first step. As you take the first step, you acquire knowledge. Take the next step. Let me shock you with something. If you decide to study on a particular subject, nothing more than 15 minutes a day for 3 months, believe you me, you'll be better than 99% of those people that are in that thing in the entire world. I'm not exaggerating. Try it. Take action. Or else, this gathering is wasted. This effort is wasted. Even me seated there, I've learned a lot from the speakers. And you'll be shocked. When you come next year, if I'm here, I'll share with you what I've executed. Those that are very close to me, they know I have my yearly plan. I have my 45-year plan. And they know I measure myself every year. What did I score? I will share. I scored 75. There's a year I scored 48. There's a year I scored 82. So, don't make it a talk show. Take action. Most times I smile. People say, thank God I cross over. Yes, you cross over. Cross over with what? God has spared your life. And there's nothing tangible you can show for it. You have wasted that 1 year that God gave to you. That 1 year, let it count. You're gathering, you're coming here today. The only difference between you and those that didn't come is when you take action. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Edie, for that comment. So our second question for you today is, many of us look up to you as a leader who has broken barriers. What advice would you give to women in banking who aspire to leadership positions but face systemic challenges?
Have I really broken barriers? I don't think so, yet. Maybe because of my background. It's so clear to me, you can't achieve anything tangible without overcoming obstacles. It's clear. So I'm prepared psychologically that there will be challenges. If there is none, it's clear to me that I'm not doing the right thing. And let me prepare your mind. And CPO can correct me if I'm wrong. I'm not an expert in this area. But the current world, and let me narrow it down to workspace, was structured to favor men. My little research. And if that's the situation, and this is me, Shino, I'm not representing MD in this one, I'm telling you. This is Shino speaking. Now, you know that every male colleague that you have an edge. So you must be 2 times better. Clearly. You know every male colleague of yours. Let me tell you, when women and men, let's say you have 50 men, 50 women join an organization. In 20 years or 15 years, let's say 15 years, When you start checking them out, middle management, senior management, the percentage of women start dwindling down. And that's why I started the world and the office environment. They get married. Some women will say, I don't want you to work in banking. Some will say, no, I have time for my children. Right? It starts slowing your productivity. You say, I want to go and prepare this for my family. I want to do this. It might impact your productivity. Sometimes, women get pregnant. Pregnancy is not the same with women. You know, I will tell you, I'm very empathic with pregnant women. I know why. Let me tell you the secret today. They have within them that which is controlling them. They don't have control over. If you want to cheat and you work with me, you are pregnant, you cheat a lot. Because I just feel something is controlling you and you don't have control over it. And I'm empathic. All of that might slow you down. That's the reality. So you must be better prepared. You must be like the person that preached, Pastor Okolo, right? You must be 10 times better. Once the likes of Idibuki, let me tell you, they've broken more barriers than they might like. Because how did she start? How was she able to manage her husband? Do all of that? And see, accomplish what she has done. We might be both Edis, but let me tell you, you respect her more than me. Do you know what how marriage impacted her? Giving birth, attending to husband, attending to children, is a whole lot. So my challenge to you, you must be 3 times better than any of your male colleague. That's how to break barrier. Just expect the office environment. And let me tell you also, most times, women work against women. Most times, not even male. They will tell you, serious? They will tell you, is she the first person that will get pregnant? I've been pregnant, I've gone through this stage, I come to work, I deliver excellent results. They've given those challenges to me. It's your family women that come and report. But you see, it's what it is. I'm sorry, maybe I'm too. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Idishino, for that response. We'll settle that later. So please, to the audience, do we have any questions for the ED?
If the question is very difficult, it's MD that will answer.
Good afternoon once again, colleagues. Good afternoon, sir. It's a pleasure to have you here. So mine is more of an advice. What advice you would have for certain women? So I'll start with, it's so good to know that I picked from Mrs. Essie's word. Good to know that you are a he for a she. Yeah, so I got that from her last year. And for Mrs. Awoshika, she always says something about who you marry will either make you or wreck you. So my first question is, and again, I get to see your WhatsApp status sometimes about your daughter and at this very tender age, what she has attained in the aspect of sports. And here is my question. What would be your advice to the younger generation who are hoping to meet a life partner who is very supportive, who will enable you and not to break you? Because it's not all men that have it in them to support women. So what is it that you advise the younger generations to do in having a life partner, someone who will walk the walk with you? That's question one. Question two is, for those of us that already have a life partner who have been supporting us, sometimes it can be, even our ED bookie here, I'm sure that there are times that even her husband was like, this your work, eh? It's telling on us. So what is that advice that you would give to the men out there who are known for their support to their spouses to not, stop supporting and continue to encourage? What is that advice out there that you would give a younger you, if you were to talk to yourself with regards to your partner's career acceleration? Thank you very much.
Thank you. You have touched a very sensitive part, and I'll try. I'll start from myself. I had this strong issue with my wife. I believe I should be the career person, she should be in business. And that I have great business ideas and all of that. I will invest, and don't worry. For 2-3 years, it was causing unnecessary tension. And I said, okay, what do you want? This is what you want? I supported her. Oh, yeah. Spoke to a couple of people. She got her the job. I see her in the middle of the night. My wife, that's 7 or 8 o'clock, she wants to sleep early, blah, blah, blah. I see her 1 a.m. She wanted to teach. I said, okay, go into teaching. 1 a.m., 2 a.m., she's doing review, doing research. Okay. And I see her happy. And peace reigned in the house, and we are all happy. But I learned it the hard way. Most times, we men, myself inclusive, we have a picture of what we want to be and a picture of what our home and wife should be, the role they should play. For those that have not got into marriage, my advice is this. I was is it on Wednesday or Thursday? Zainab will remember. I have to leave the office. No, I left. I have to go into a counseling session for 2 would-be couples. And what I share with them, I'll summarize it. Do you share common values? That's number one. What is that thing that you cannot compromise, that he or she must have? You must have that laundry list. There's something that you can understand. But there are some, I can't tolerate this thing. I can't stand it. E.g., I don't want to go spiritual. Forget the spiritual aspect. I cannot stand somebody going late to an event. I can't stand it. Late. I can't stand it. So you see, and 95% of, don't let me exaggerate, a majority of ladies will go late. You can see, I can't, now I'm worked up when we are running late. So you see, you can think I'm nice. When it comes to that, I'm shaky already. So, yes, those values, you must agree it. Number 2, share your dreams. So, I've spoken about values. The second one, don't let me jump that. To some extent, complement each other. To a large extent. Try and complement each other. When I say complement, I'm a good starter. Immediately you are running with it, I will allow you finish it. I don't care about the color, I love building. Immediately this is the way I want it to end. Blah, blah, blah. They do the foundation, it's going on. It's my wife's headache to see how it's finished. So, try and complement each other. Now, you must discuss those things. This is where I'm going to. I've given this example before. The Bible says, can two work together except they agree? And I've used simple example in the fellowship. And I'll show that example here. Emeka become volunteer. A simple example. You must go on the same direction. If you are not, you waste time. Come. You are going towards that side. I'm going towards this side. Yeah. Move. We'll drag each other. And you don't see progress in your life, in the life of your partner, and in your home. But let's move towards the camera. Is it not easy? You must share that vision. Where are we going to? And how do we get there? If you don't share that vision, and you both don't agree, you are going nowhere. You slow down. You spoke about my daughter. Let me tell you, it took 4 years of negotiating and renegotiating with my wife. I have to bribe, I have to do this, I have to do that. Until the first day, she won 2 tournaments in a day. And they are looking for, where is the parent? And my wife was the only one there. And they were hailing her. And that's how she bought into the vision. You get it now. So most times you discuss, you agree, and we men struggle with something. And even myself, I'm still working on myself. I'm not a graduate yet in that school. You must be able to paint the picture of the future clearly to your wife or to your partner. That partner must see it clearly. If you don't, you will quarrel, you will struggle. At the time, she said, you didn't explain it this way. I said, but that's what I was explaining to you. You get it now. Ability to communicate properly. Women, you assume men should know. We don't know. Explain to us. Let us know. Right? So that we learn too. We are not only knowledge. And we don't read mind. We are not Holy Spirit. Eh? Thank you.
So we're taking one more. All right.
To all young ladies looking to get married, I was just sharing with Bidemi. I said there is no template
at all.
There is no template. But number one, for me, when I wanted to get married, I determined to be the value in the marriage. Never let the man be the value. You be the value in your marriage. Come with your A game. No man wants to lose. So, see, life itself is a chessboard. You hold the A's. When you hold the A's, he can't treat you like shit. And a woman with financial freedom is a woman with the A's. So make sure that you have your financial liberty. Make sure, and what he said is very clear. I remember before I got married, I told my husband that it's okay. After children, I'm going for my master's. And we agreed. So immediately after my second child, I packed my things and went to the United States. Was it easy? It wasn't easy that I left a little girl at home. But today, I mean, she's all grown. And as Tommy said, they will tell you, Mommy, why didn't you do it? Yes, that's what they are. They will tell you, it's not their business. That you didn't breastfeed her and so. But as she's alive, she's grown. Is the milk still running in her veins? No. So make sure you are the value. No man wants to lose the value. Thank you.
That's a punchline. No man wants to lose a value. Like value bread or something. But okay, so one more question before we let Idi. Okay, so I would just like to say that, Idishino, please, what would you like? Any last words for your premium women? We are all your women.
Sincerely speaking, own your space. I say it clearly, own your space. I see a lot of quality. I see a lot of strength, a lot of talent. But I see a lot of timidness. Own your space. Be confident enough to own your space. And that's why I don't want to carry the way with this ED title. It's just a title. I'm Shino. Right? Feel free to share. You feel this is the issue, share it. Own your space. I see a lot of talent. Young and larger, like I call her, Rasa. I see, look at what she's exhibiting. Great talent. And several of you have different talents. Exhibit. If there's no platform, right? speak out. We'll create the platform for you to see. Fish does not struggle to swim inside water. Yes or no? But you put a fish on a tree, a fish will struggle. Wherever you think you can express yourself well, you can do well, speak out. The CP I know will create the opportunity. Share with her, share with me. I'm that open. By grace of God, several ladies that have worked with me, historically we have worked, and even now, even outside of work, they thrive. Why I joke, I smile, and I play with everyone is for you to have that access, to have that confidence, to be able to say, this is what I want to become, this is what I want to do, so that I can support. It might be advice, it might be anything. And I tell you, the sky is just the beginning. I'm a strong believer of girl child, very strong believer. Yes, I have 3 kids, and I have the ones I adopted, but I position my daughter the most. Why? I strongly believe in women, and they can make the world a better place. I'm not just saying it with my mouth. We are much more emotionally intelligent than women. That's the truth, reality. Some decisions I want to take, even in my previous life, even now, CPO will say, no, let's look at it this way. I don't argue with her. I just follow. Because immediately she brings that angle, I don't have it. So let me just follow. Person way, no way. May God help us all in Jesus' name. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Please give it up for Edishino. It was a fantastic session. Thank you so much, sir. Okay. Picture time. Idima. Ladies in the building, let's gather around for a picture.
You know what he did? Bring out the way. Down, girl. Go down, down. Yeah, the sound, girl. Down. I'm in love. I said I'm in love. Baby, let me cover you. When you stand, I'm under you. Oh, na 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 na. Sorry, madam, sorry.
Spino, give me the beat. DJ Spino. DJ Spino again. Oh, Ima, forget Ethiopia. Missy, forget Ethiopia. Oh, Ima, what be the matter? Missy, what be the matter? Oh, Ima, what do you want buy? Anything you want, I go buy now. I be your father, your brother, and your lover. If it is your matter, they make how they feel.
So we'll be calling on Folashade Jinodu to give the vote of thanks.
I need to respond to that.
Baby, shake your
5 minutes, please.
No.
The vote of thanks and prayer.
Okay, no, I'm not doing vote of thanks. Okay, I just wanted, it's just a follow up to what Idishino said about women and the women working, that he has worked with and the ones that are working with him. I just wanted to testify, like we say, that I think in the last 1 year, 2 years, I think I've achieved a lot working with my ED, and that's personal. Where I was coming from, whether I had the opportunity or I didn't have the opportunity, or I didn't make use of the opportunity that I had. But right now, I think I see a better version of myself working in premium, and also thanks to the MD, and also working directly with the ED. I was deliberate about some certain things, and I think it's maybe because also I've also tried to understudy the kind of person he is. In the last 1.5 years to say, I would say that in my career, achieved some certain level of certifications. I became executive member of a lot of groups. Today, I'm the vice chairman of the Committee of E-Business Industry Heads. I'm also the vice president of She FinTech. So She FinTech is a group in Nigeria where there are female fintech leaders. I'm also inviting you guys to join. We've talked about technology too. I will share with you what the requirements are, and I tell you, a lot of you are qualified to join. I get a lot of invites, and I see people call, and just up to yesterday, CIBN was calling and saying they want me to do some certain things and all of that. I became the vice, our academy. We have an academy, and when they were thinking about the people that would lead the academy, they called me again. And so when he said the people working with him always thrives, I started thinking about it. Come on, look at all of this. I want to say thank you to you, Edishino. And when we were in our former lives, we worked together. We worked in that institution for about maybe 15 years, but we never worked together, not for once. But when I think about him then, I always had this impression of, or the perception I always had is anybody that works with him, he always moves things, he will make things happen. So somehow I've always said, I've not worked with this man. So, and it happened in Premium Trust Bank. And to summarize it, I like the impact that I've gotten. I believe that some of the achievements have also been based on some certain things that I've seen in some of his value system that I've seen in him. Once again, thank you, ED. And thank you, Premium Trust Bank also. CPO, please help me communicate this to the MD. And to all our leaders here. Also to Madam Buki, thank you. I just felt it was important for me to share that when he talked about thriving. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Thank you so much. She's taking the vote of thanks, but I will still allow our very own FJ to take a vote of thanks. Yeah, that was vote of thanks. But please, FJ.
Oh, thank you, everyone. First and foremost, I would like to appreciate our MD who provided this platform. It wasn't easy to get this done, but on a platter of gold, he made this happen. So I want to thank him. And also, I want to thank my two EDs, Idishino, Idibuki, for, creating time out of your very tight schedule to be here. Thank you so much. Also, just before I go to my CPO, I would like to appreciate the speakers. They had a short notice, and even with that, they made
sure that they prepared quality conversation with us, and this discussion, I'm sure that when we look back in years to come, you will still remember that this is the way this conversation has impacted your life. So I want to thank you, our speakers, and also the CPO for providing this platform for me, for the team, for the PMG, to ensure that we host this. I want to say thank you to you. And to the beautiful ladies in the house. Come on. Come on. Give it to yourself. I thank you all, because if we have done all this, we've made the preparations, and if today, if you are not here, what would have happened? We wouldn't be talking about this. So I want to thank you all. I know that it's not easy. The moment that we saw that this falls on a Saturday, we've been wondering how we will do it, how we'll get people to come out of their, weekend. You don't really want anybody to disrupt it in any way, but you are here. So thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, everyone. And I know that it is time for every one of us to accelerate action in every facet of your life. Please don't let this go down the drain without impacting you. It is time for you to do what? Accelerate action. Thank you.
So BSM wants to have one word with us. So please maybe we just have the word. Maybe you're supposed to pray for us. So maybe as you have the word, maybe please you just come and take the closing prayer so that we can still dance and eat before we go home.
A premium applause. It's our BSM. It's our BSM.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, CPU. Thank you, everybody. Thank you again for this opportunity. I actually just want to quickly talk about, maybe I picked on from what Madam Bidemi said today. The last speech she had, while she was talking, she talked about the opportunities she's had in this past few seasons of her life. And for me, I saw access. And I would want to use this opportunity to ask our leaders, especially the she leaders, to please nurture us with access, give us the access we need to thrive, enable us in areas that we do not even know that we require enablement. And she talked about some of the committees she belongs in, and and I'm glad she said something. She said she would share. I would like to encourage the PMG, CPOMA, that please, knowledge, they say, is power. If sometimes we might not even know or be aware of certain things that exist. So if you are aware of opportunities, I'm pretty sure some of us would. Sometimes people want to invest, people want to do more, but they don't even know what area to try, what area to venture into. But if you have a platform, part of the things you said we're doing for the women of Premium Trust Bank, if you have a platform where information are shared and people can leverage on technology, agriculture, it will be an opportunity for us to do a whole lot more and to grow, to thrive, and to be more. Because I feel like sometimes we are limited by the information we have. And the ED, Mr. Shinosa, said we shouldn't be timid. Sometimes the timidity is not about that we want to be, but sometimes we appear timid because we don't even have the right information. If we can please inculcate some level of information platform where people are informed. People that are above us, are higher than us, they have knowledge and knowledge of what is out there more than we do. Because of the access they have now, because of the level they are in, if we can have such enablement, I'm sure some of us will thrive. So I'm just using this platform to speak on what some of us need to thrive, what some of us need to grow, what some of us need to accelerate. So thank you very much again, and happy International Women's Day.
Thank you for that. And thank you for speaking up. Number one, this is the platform. And the question is, and I don't want to go this way, but I knew how many times we had to call a lot of you to be here this morning. The opportunities that are laid before you, no matter how small, what do you do with it? Let me tell you something. All these women you see, world was not thrown at their feet. They grabbed it. What do you do with what you have? I don't want to go spiritual, but let me tell you something, that God didn't give Moses the rod. It was Moses' rod. God never gave him a rod, but he called the rod of God. But it was his rod. And when he named it the rod of God, he started doing the things of God through the rod. What do you have in your hands? Start with that. We've told you we have the Premium Women Network. By Monday, I want to see how many of you here will belong to that network. I'll speak for a few people. The day we had career workers, the only people that approached me about career was Temitope Ajimuda. And I told them to direct a name. I've been trying to get a time for you. That's the sincere truth. How many people came forward? How many of you have approached these women here that please mentor me? How many? Please raise up your hand. Yes. So missing two. Yes. So very few of you take opportunity. You have to. You have to. There are platforms. Right now we are building a platform. It's called Elevate. We send it out. You pick your mentor on that platform. So the whole issue that the mentor doesn't have to see you. You can go on Elevate when you are picked. We are there to help create the platform and watch. So when you pick, let's say you pick Dami, we will go to Dami and say, Dami, please, Fumi has picked you. And we ensure that Dami will respond to you. And on Elevate, what you do there is that you can drop your thoughts there for her anytime. Maybe sometimes you read some things. You want to just send it to your mentee. So that's what that system is. And we are building that. We are building in-house. We have Emeka helping us. These are men, but they are with us women. They've been here since 7 o'clock. And we have some of you women that cannot be here. Yeah, let's celebrate them. That will not be here. That is the way opportunity is. When people give you something little, what you do with it is when they will give you more. But don't be like that man that God gave one talent and eat it and said, I know my master is a wicked man. When he comes back, I will give it to him how it is. Let's start where we are. We are starting up with cooperative, and we will do more. We will do more, but we need to be encouraged. The platform that we create, the ones that we have, if you don't take opportunity of it, we can't go back to management and ask for more. This little program you have here, you don't know the millions that it cost us to have everything here. And imagine no one came and it's just us. Do you think we will ever get another opportunity? And I'm always saying, when you have one opportunity, a lot of times we are the one that closes the door against others because of our reaction and our actions. So whenever I remember the trailblazers, remember what I told you? I said, if you guys don't do well, then there will not be any other graduate training. Remember? So imagine you guys messed up. So normally when they do well, I fight them. I say, because if you don't do well, there won't be elite. And if elite doesn't do well, then the next one, there won't be. It's true. Because it's a lot of investment. GT program costs us hundreds of millions. And imagine we don't get the best of people out of it. Do you think they will invest in it? Do you know the doors of opportunity you've closed to many, many young graduates hoping to find platforms? Don't wait for others. Start with you. You create the platform. You challenge us. Challenge us. And we will be challenged. If it's BDM, you think there's something you've learned, challenge her. I would like you, and today, yes, I'm going to attach you. Please formalize it. Send a mail on Monday to I don't know, I call her Chinyere. Chinyere now. It's Chinyere now. I can't change. So, I can call her BSM. So, send a mail to Chinyere and attach her to BDM as a mentor. And I don't want you to leave tonight. She's a senior. I know she's a senior. No, there's peer mentoring. There's peer mentoring. But now we will, now we'll make it formal. Now we'll make it formal. And please, all these women, don't leave without their numbers. Get their numbers. Worry them. That means always smiling. She's loaded. I've seen her talk at meetings. And I wonder that, wow, even the day she had to talk about accounting and all that. And when did she become an accountant? You know, they're amazing women. Please, take advantage. And that's why we have pulled them out here for you today. Look at them here. Don't let them go. Take their numbers. Do selfie with them. If they can't remember you. I learned something from my sister today. Tag them with a selfie. Like, this is me, ma. Madam Dumebi, this is me. You cannot remember me. This is me. They remember, oh, it's okay. Then, start from there. Have the conversation. And remember, we are not alone. We don't have all the answers. We need you. When you have great ideas, my door is always open. Bring it on. Let's work on it together. Let's make premium women a distinct professional. And we can achieve it together. Thank you.
Calling on Mrs. Dumebi for the closing prayer. Seasoned prayer warrior.
Let's pray. In the name of the Father and the Son and of the Holy Spirit. Amen. Father in heaven, we give you all glory, we give you adoration. We thank you, Lord, for everything you have done for us today. We thank you, Lord, for the life of the MD and for the executive, for giving them, allowing us to put this program together. We thank you, Lord, for the lives of the organizers that put this together, for the speakers, for every single person that came. Father, we ask, Lord, to bless them and continue to guide and protect them. We ask you, Lord, to instill in us wisdom, understanding, to be able to put into practice everything that we've been taught and learned here today. As we go back to our various homes, we ask you, Lord, for journey mercies back home. We ask you, Lord, that we may meet our family in good health, that for the rest of the weekend, you're able to give us rest, good rest, so that we're able to come back to work on Monday stronger and healthier and ready to put into practice everything that we have been taught and learned today. We ask all this through Jesus Christ our Lord.
Thank you so much, Ma. So please, don't leave. We have a special gift for every premium woman present here. It's almost here. And I promise you that it's worth it. So please stay back. There's lunch. Please stay back, eat, have fun, music, network. Yeah, so let's take pictures. Oh yeah. Sorry, just hold on. So please network. Don't let them go. They are here. Network with them.
Alaye mi bá mi sọ̀rọ̀ pé kí ló ń lọ. Ó máa rí ìyàwó rẹ̀ mi lọ ń sọ. Wọ́n ní mo give them pressure. Ó jẹ́ má lọ.